Iron Pill.
Yes, we are live and we are 19 minutes late, but let me assure you, it's not the money coach. She is on time with her money and on time with being ready for the community. So she is kicking us off. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I'm excited. I'm going to share it. I hope that you all will share it. The event link, I'm going to share it in that event for those that have been invited. You might find this a little differently than in the event link, but we are live and we will be here until 8 o'clock. Christina will be here until I think 2. And I am just excited to have her. I hope she will share some tips with you because you know you're going to want to do Black Friday shopping. She might tell you how you need to save up some money and have your stuff together and get those deals and coupons and plan ahead, all of that. But Christina, thank you so much for being a partner to Love and Stuff community and being part of the community. I really wanted to say it publicly as I would say it privately. We love you here and we appreciate you. And I am so grateful for the favor that's on your life to kick us off. So having said that, I'm going to turn it over to you, make you the host, and I will be back. I'm going to go and make sure
Enjoy.
that the dressing comes out right, even though Autumn
Yes,
is
please.
an cook. She's an excellent cook. She really doesn't need my help.
I love her.
I love her too. And so I'm going to go be the helper, I think, this time. So
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. While Marcus slides up out of here to go check on the cooking and be with Autumn, I'm going to start introducing myself. My name is Christina Renee Smith, and I am the proud daughter of the late Pastor Reverend Neil C. Smith, and my mother, which is a wonderful missionary and currently a nurse, Perlene Smith. And I am grateful to be here for tons and tons of reasons, but my number one reason is because I love the Love and Stuff community. I love being a part of the Love and Stuff. They have so many things going on. We have authors, the Gratefulness Journey book by Marcus Holmes himself, and we have other Valencia and other authors that are up and coming stars in the literary world. So I'm very happy to be a part of it. We also have the Love and Stuff community, different type of programming, which is the sports talk with Kamal and Felix, and we also have a wonderful program that was on yesterday by Darren, which is the Love in the Scripture. So I'm just so happy to be a part of this group. It's just so many wonderful, loving things going on in different genres. And I just appreciate that because it's actually helped me since I've been in this community to grow not only in love, but in sports, in the scriptures, learning about different type of relationships, whether it's with your friends or if it's with a love, a partner or a loved one or someone that you're married to, even the dating world. So it's just been an honor and a privilege to me to be a part of this community. And I'm going to introduce myself as far as what I do. So currently, I do have a 9 to 5. I work for a vision company, SVS Vision and Accounting, and I also have my own business. I'm an entrepreneur for the last 2 to 3 years, and one of my businesses is called Empire Mobile Notary. And with Empire Mobile Notary, I facilitate notaries by mobile. And what I do is if you need my mobile services, I come to you. And I believe the only charge I can really give through the state of Michigan is $10 per signature, but I do tack on a couple fees for traveling. But if you ever need any notary services, please come to my page, Empire Mobile Notary on Facebook. My other entrepreneur opportunity that I am owner and CEO is Powerful Money Tools LLC. At Powerful Money Tools, my goal is to treat you very special because I want you to have a wonderful financial wealth and future. And I also want you to have the freedom with your money to, not love your money, but like your money, like to spend your money, like to put your money where it will benefit you the most. A lot of people are looking to buy a home next year as a goal. A lot of people are looking to invest their money into a business opportunity. A lot of people are trying to do things with their money that they've never done before, or they've made some mistakes along the way. And they want to figure out how to get it corrected and how to do better with their money management. So I'm going to share some of those tips today. With my company, Powerful Money Tools LLC, I am on Facebook. So please look me up. I do have free consultations and real basic. What I specialize in is anything financially. I just finished a client. She was a referral for a payroll audit through the state of Michigan. She has a home care business, and I was referred to her to help her through her audit, which we did get it done successfully. And she was very pleased to get that done and over with on time. And then also I do recruitment. So if you're looking to get anybody hired, or you're looking for people to recruit or get on your team as far as maybe with your business, other people that might want to partner up with you. So I do specialize in that as well. On the lower side, I do help with credit repair, credit planning. Also, just maybe even if you want to do some things for yourself on your credit, I help you with just making sure, as far as advice, that you're doing the right things, or give you some tips on what you can do while you're helping your credit journey. Also, I help with budget planning. And even like with budget planning, to make sure that you incorporate your goals, because like budget planning is fine, but if you want to go with your money, then you have to incorporate that budget to plan that goal and to make sure that that goal is successful with your money. I want to start with that being said, with some things that I am grateful and thankful for. I'm thankful that if you are a child of God like me, I am glad to be saved and just literally given the gift of the Holy Ghost through my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. If you are a believer, if not, just give thanks to whoever is leading you to be a better person in this life, whoever your Savior, your Creator is. But mine is God, and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He has given me everything I need. I recently experienced a great grief. Death in my family with my father, Reverend Neil C. Smith. And I give thanks because my dad was going on 81 years old, and he has done everything he wanted to do in his life. And he's inspired me not only in everyday life, but also in prayer and in God and in scriptures and in getting closer to family and friends. And he was very dear to me as his only daughter, and I just really love him, and I really am thankful that I got the wisdom and everything that I got from him, because I mean I got history, family history, education. He gave me learning tools. My father had a bachelor's degree. He also had a degree in theology, so he was very instrumental in my life, my children's life, and also adopted family and friends and loved ones that he would freely give his wisdom and mind to. And I'm just so grateful for that, because I've learned a lot. He left me the tools to be the type of woman that I am today, which I believe I'm very proud of myself. So also, I'm grateful and thankful for you, because I know that God has a purpose in your life, and He's given me the opportunity to be on this show to help people understand that God has a calling on your life, and that you mean something and you are something in this world. And God loves you just the way you are, and I do too. And so I'm grateful for you and any support that you have given the Love and Self community and myself. myself. I'm also grateful and thankful for my family and my friends, not just for them being themselves, but what they've done for me or just been in my life, for letting me be in their life. It's a privilege and an honor. Um, I'm also grateful for life, now and eternally. And I'm just grateful for being able to have second chances or another chance at things, another chance to give thanks, another chance to have the opportunity to love on someone. And I'm just really happy that I'm able to get up in the morning. God gets me up and gets me started on my day to a purpose that I love, which is helping people. My number one love and what I do is customer service, because I feel like as a customer myself or a client myself, I deserve great treatment and to be recognized as someone that's going to help the community grow and help things happen. So I want the same for my clients or my customers. I want them to know that they're appreciated, that they are needed, and that without them, a lot of these businesses and small business and large businesses are not going to prosper. So, and with that, I'm very grateful for small businesses. I'm grateful for entrepreneurs, because without them, we wouldn't have a lot of the things we are not aware of, whether it's jewelry or hair care or just being an entrepreneur for any reason. You are appreciated, and I'm grateful for them. So I'm just going to get into a couple things that I wanted to talk about. First of all, I have two tools and tips that I wanted to share. One is a um, information on budget planning, because I know the holidays are coming. If you haven't already started your shopping, yeah, it's pretty deep. And then also a vision board tutorial little tip for 2023. I have a vision board. I do one every year. I think I started in 2020 during the pandemic. And I'm going to tell you something about a vision board real quick. It's literally a manifestation. A lot of my visions, I believe, come from God. And I do think that He has prepared me and you on a journey of our lives to everything from since you were born. To He's prepared you to what your purpose is for your life going forward in your future. So I have put together a vision board. So this will be my third year or fourth year, 2023, going into 2023 to my third year, excuse me. And it's very refreshing, because it literally I seen things on my vision board happen. Not maybe not immediately, but it's happened before the year is out. The vision board that I have now, I have it hanging on my office wall, and it is Christina's 2022 vision board. Traveling, furniture, uh, health with my teeth and my vision, closer walks with God. Um, let's see what else is on there. Things I'm grateful for, working on my degree, working on saving money for my goals. So I want to say 80% of that is done. I have had success with my vision and dental health. I've had success with traveling. I've been to Florida. I've had success with saving for my goals. I've met a couple of my goals with saving, and everything that I'm grateful for. I always put what I'm grateful for on my vision board and things like that. So whatever is for you, definitely put it on your vision board. So we're going to start with the budget planning tools and tips. So if you don't already, whenever you view this video, if you're doing it live or if you're going to stream it later, get you a pen and paper out, and Oh, my phone's ringing. Get you a pen and paper out, because what I want to do is actually show you some ways that you can do a wonderful, wonderful budget. And what I usually do with my budget plan is copy it year to year, or even through the year. Let's say if you get a raise, or if you get more income, or your income decreases, or your expenses increases or decreases, you can alter it. But you definitely want to have something put together, like a template almost, and then you can follow it through the year and year by year. So um these are the things that you're going to want on your budget plan, especially like I said, coming up with shopping, and things like that. You want to see what kind of money you have. What do you want to spend? Maybe even how you want to pay your cards off later after you use them. I've used a couple of my credit cards for deals and sales and stuff like that already. And my son has a birthday coming up, so I've had to, use my credit card for a couple of things, but then what you do is you plan to pay that off or down. So you don't just leave it, and you give yourself a deadline. That's another thing. We'll give ourselves a deadline for work projects. We'll give ourselves a deadline for doing things around the house, but we won't give ourselves a deadline for paying our bills. Like, that's the part about liking your money. You want to like the fact that you're spending your money, you know what I mean, or saving it. So, for instance, you're going to use your lights and your electricity and your gas or your heat. Thank God for it. And if you're going to be using your cell phone and whatever it is our necessities are in life, be happy to pay that bill. Be grateful that you have the electricity and the bill that you can pay. Be grateful that you have the gas and the lights and everything, water, your house note. Thank God we have a house note. Thank God we have a car in the driveway. So you want to be grateful and pay it. Pay the bill. So I like giving up my money to those resources because they're given to me. And so I'm using them. And while I'm using them, I'm going to pay for them happily, because I want to make sure that I continue to have these resources available to me. So a couple of things that are major on your budget is going to be your expenses, your charity giving. Um, So under the expenses or your bills, for me, I have whatever car is, the car note, the car insurance, the car gas, the car maintenance, oil change. Your giving, your charity. So mine would be my tithes and offerings into the school. I always give to my son's school. Your house utilities and miscellaneous house items, which is like your rent, your gas, your electric, your internet, your cell, house phone, your general items, and then like your food. So a lot of times you don't spend the same amount every month, but you want to give a generalization. So usually with food, I'm spending about $300 a month in food, maybe four. And if you have like an entertainment budget, maybe that is that you're going out once a month, and treat yourself to the movies, or you treat yourself to something that you a spa treatment, getting your hair, your nails, getting your hair cut. That is like not a necessity, but it can also be under your entertainment budget or something, care budget. So, but you want to outline that as much as you can, give a generalization of what you spend. Also, um, a savings item, whether you're saving monthly, weekly, yearly, I will put that down. Um, I also have on here, so now your income, how much income are you generating, whether it's your Social Security, your 401k, or your actual business or your actual job. So that what you can estimate you get monthly, that's what you're going to put down. Um, so then you're going to calculate, obviously, your all your expenses, how much that is monthly. So I have, for example, $2,771 a month are my estimated expenses. And then you minus that from what your income is. Okay, and then that's either going to be a deficit or a plus. Now, if you have a deficit, let's say that monthly you generate a negative income. Okay, so you are short $99 a month. So that's where you're going to think about, how can I get rid of that? Do I not get my hair done every 2 weeks, just once a month? Um, Maybe the medicine that you get is too expensive for you. Maybe you should, talk to your doctor about a generic type of medicine. Maybe it's not $100 a month. It could be 60, or a mail order medicine. Something that is going to offset that shortage monthly. Because you don't want to just say, oh man, I'm gonna need $200 more a month to take care of my bills. We see that by doing the budget, but what you want to do is offset it. How can I offset the negative money that I'm getting, that I need to have every month, after I calculate all my expenses and then I calculate my incoming? So now I'm in a deficit. Well, how can you offset that? Well, recently I started a holiday job because I was in a little bit of a deficit, like $99. So I said, if I can start this holiday job, this little seasonal job up the street, then do 20 hours a week, possibly the weekend. That's about $300 a week. So if I could do 300 $600 every 2 weeks minus taxes, so about 550. So that completely overrides my deficit. It's not a lot of work. Just working the weekend, 8 hours on the weekend, so that's 16 hours Saturday and Sunday, and then a couple hours during the week. So if I'm going to get $500 to $900 more a month, that's going to create me an overage. So I'm going to be able to shift my money better. I won't have to get rid of anything. I won't have to shortchange my expenses. I can keep them the way they are. I just add to my budget, right? If I want to pay my credit cards off this month and I know I want to do more than the $25 payment, guess what I'm going to do? Try to figure out where I can shift my money so I can get that credit card paid off. Okay. I also talked in one of my videos about a snowball effect. With the snowball effect, what you have is, you have certain bills. Let's say credit cards. I have 4 credit cards. They all have a balance, let's say over $500. So one credit card is 300. One credit card is 1,000. Now I'm going to pay my minimum payments on my larger bills, my larger credit card balances. So $25 or $50 toward the $1,000 card, etc. And then my smallest balance, the $300, I'm going to put the most money on that one and try to pay that down faster or off. That's the snowball method. So you're going to pay the minimum balance on the highest bills or cards or loans, your minimum balance, your minimum payment. And then on your smallest debt, you're going to put the most money on it. So instead of a $25 payment, you're going to put a $50 or $60 payment on that smallest debt. Okay, that's the snowball method. Also, with your credit cards and your debit cards this year, please, when you're shopping, please look at your bill, look at your statement, look at your receipt. Look at, because this is a time where people are making mistakes at the stores or online, and you have to catch that. Okay, so you have to make sure your money is being taken care of wisely by these people. So if you're going to, go shopping online, that's fine. Make sure that your receipt is good. Make sure that your um, when they charge your card, your debit card, or your credit card, that is the correct charge. I've had people that's had fraud around this time. Please be cognizant of the fraud and identity theft around the holiday time, especially shopping online. Make sure that the online place that you're shopping at is secure, and that you're putting in information and clearing your cache or clearing your history after you do your purchase. Because if that hangs in limbo on your laptop or your phone, who knows who can tap in the dark web Dark web is something we can talk about, but in the dark web, they will take and steal your information while you're shopping online. So just beware that this online shopping is good, and going to in the store is fine, but check your receipt and check your statement. Go to your phone, set up an alert. As soon as you use your card, it alerts you, oh, $100 came off from Bath and Body Works or whomever. Okay, I have an alert set up for deposits over $50 and charges, anything that's on my debit card and my credit cards, I have an alert. Now, if you use it a lot, that's fine, because now every time you use your card, you're going to get an alert. So please set that up. If you don't know how to set it up, get with your help, uh, technical help on your card online or on your app, and see how to set up alerts for your card usage. Very important, because we don't want identity theft during this time. So the next thing I want to talk about, hopefully we got that budget situation together. It's very plain. If you need more help, please reach out to me, Powerful Money Tools. Okay. Next, we're going to go on to the vision board. That's the ticket. So the vision board is very, very, very useful. It is jotting down small goals. Okay. So like I said, my vision board is pretty good, but these are some things that's on my current one: travel, school, business goals, continuing with my health and exercise goals, learning to eat different goals, starting up and running another business, buying a house, or maybe even making an effort to get information about buying a house or saving money for certain goals. What else I got on here? Oh, my mother's birthday party, which was successful. I put that on my vision board and that was done. Vacation. I had certain dates on my vision board that I wanted to do a vacation, and it happened right around that time. Um, so having a vision board is very interesting because, like I said, it is small goals, but what it does is it actually pushes you towards that goal. Like, it's like a reminder. You want to do this thing, and this is a goal or a vision for you. So you got to start jumping on it. You got to start doing it. A vision board means to me that it's visualized. I can see, right, because I keep it right here. I'm going to get up and show you guys a little bit, but it literally gives you the vision of what you're trying to do in your life or what you see happening for you. An upgraded vehicle, upgraded health, like I said, exercising more, or getting closer to relatives more by doing what? And you can list some things on your vision board: communicating better, going to events, something of that nature. Mine was starting a new business, and I did. My cousins and I last year, in October, we started Gladys Smith Development Group, LLC. So I am a partner in that business as well. Gladys Smith Development Group is a generational wealth business that we have created, myself and two cousins. And we have about 4 different aspects of our business. I'm not going to put it out there yet, but it definitely is exciting. We have a meeting every Thursday to discuss, how to get grants and to build our business. And I just completed 2 business plans, one for my cousin's childcare, one for our business, Gladys Smith Development Group. It's about 15-page business plan. And we're also, doing grants and grant websites, registering for the SBA.gov, registering for the SAM.gov, and also grants.gov. So, it's hard work, but it's so worth it, because what's going to happen is going to create plans of generational wealth down the line through our children and also through our family, our Smith family. So I'm very excited about that. So once again, like I said, that was on my vision board and that came to life. And my mother's birthday party, that came to life because I kept looking on that board. I gotta do this, and I gotta start, creating small goals to get to this ultimate goal. Starting by, looking at who I'm going to incorporate, helping me plan this, who's going to be a part of the planning committee, who's going to be a part of the food, and who's going to be part of the money. What are we going to do? Talking to my mother about all the things she wanted to happen at her birthday party. It was a lot of planning, but it was so successful and it was so worth to see my mother smile at her 81st birthday. She'll never forget it. The people that were there were so wonderful and helpful, and my mother enjoyed it. And it was a planning from January to May, very successful because it was on my vision board. Also, traveling. I said I want to travel between July and August, and it happened. My children and I went to Florida. I had a 3 bedroom, 2 bath suite. It was like a little house, villa, excuse me, and it was in. We went to Orlando, Florida. We went to Disney Springs. We went to SeaWorld. I got to look at getting in investment in trying to possibly buy one of those units or villas. So it was a good experience. I didn't do it, but it was good to know that that's what the experience was when trying to be an investor for one of the villas. So the traveling was wonderful. The weather was great. And I had a budget, and I stuck to my budget, came back, my bills were paid, my credit cards were not maxed out. And so it's very doable. If you want to create a money goal, you can do it. Once again, it does take some work, but it's so worth it because and a lot I've heard this said recently, which really helped me a lot with my goals. It's like it's not the ending result of your goal. It's what's happening in between. So for you to experience your savings or your planning, whatever it is you're trying to do, your research. If you want to buy new furniture, trying to research the furniture, that's fun. If you're buying a house, researching the houses and talking to real estate agents, that's fun. Like the experience and the knowledge that you're getting in between when you start the goal or the vision and you complete it and it's successful or not. What you're doing in between there is creating not only just memories, but you're creating experience and a learning experience, and also how you went through this process. You never thought you would go through the process, and you did. So I really believe in the vision board. I think everyone should do it. Let's see, I'm going to get one. Okay, so this is my vision board. Let's see if it'll focus. Maybe not. No, you can't see it. But anyway, this is my vision board. It's pretty big. So this is a foam board. It's white. I got it from the Dollar Tree, but it's just a foam board, and I bought some trim because I wanted to decorate it. You see a little bit of it. It has Christina's 2022 vision board. And what I did do was put pictures. I went and got some magazines. Like at my job, they have some old magazines and anything I get in the mail, or even some go to the store and just get some magazines, some cheap magazines. And I clicked out pictures. So I have a boat. I have a picture of a house or furniture. I have a picture of a vacation, um, scenery. Let's see what else I did. So I just put a couple pictures, but I made it very fun and festive and colorful. Put my name real big. Um, the school that I attend, Wayne State University, and information I said here, John 16:33. I have told you these things so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world. So I have some great scriptures on here, and I got some on here about working out, having good health, saving $6,000, traveling. Um, let's see. Yeah, so you can do this. This vision board is awesome. And like I said, oh, I got information about my mother's party and what else? That's about it. And I have one from last year too and 2020. So it's really rewarding. I really think that you should create a vision board. You're gonna put, your name on the white foam board, put your name and lights, Christina's 2023 vision board, and then clip out some pictures. Or you can even print them from online. I did like an airplane last year and I just printed it from offline, cut it out, and put it on my vision board. Um, First, well, I'll start from the beginning. First, you write it out. So this was my vision board plan. So first I sat down and said, what do I want on my vision board? What am I seeking to have come out of this vision on my vision board? So I have on here a 2022 vision board. And then I put travel, graduate, own land, own business, continue health and exercise, startup business, um, mother's birthday, buy a house. So then I started putting information about each category. And then I put it on my vision board. And I said, everything that you imagine, whatever it is that you're trying to come to life this year, coming up in 2023. A lot of people say they have resolutions for the new year. It could be to be a better friend. It could be to be a better wife or husband. It could be your vision to have grandchildren. It could be your vision to, like I said, own a home or move into a better place or community or move your children into a new school. It can be anything. It doesn't have to be these extravagant goals like traveling, but if whatever it is that's in your heart that you want to have a vision, that you want to see come to fruition, to life, that you really have always wanted to do. I've had talks with people in my office when I was a banker, at a credit union. They say, I've always wanted to do XYZ, and maybe next year I'll think about starting this business, or you know, um, uh, starting a modeling career. Go, why are you waiting? If that is your vision now for next year, what happened, with your planning? So I say that's the type of thing that you would put on a vision board or even a vision board plan. I want to start a new business. And then what you do is you work on the small goals to that ultimate goal. Okay, I need to get with somebody to learn how to do an LLC. I need to get with somebody to learn how to create a business plan. I need grants. I need money. Who can help me with that? Or let me research that. So these are small steps and small, intricate goals to get you to your ultimate vision, your ultimate purpose, your ultimate goal. And it always works for me every single time. Um, I look back over my years in banking and also in finance and also in business. I got my business degree at Macomb Community College. I went to Western Michigan University, transferred to Wayne State, and I'm in my senior year. My last year, I have about 3 classes to go for my bachelor's. But through all of that education and all of that time that I spent in learning, I have had to experience business. So I've had to research how to start a business. I had to research, and then I will put whatever it is I've learned about these things, from my education to the test. I will put work in it from what I've already created. So I created an LLC. That's good. What am I going to do now? So now I have Powerful Money Tools LLC. And now I need to know, what is the purpose of Powerful Money Tools LLC? Why do people need to come to me? What am I here for? What is this business for? So, okay, you have a hair business, right? You're doing hair and um you want more clients, or you want to change venues. What That's your ultimate vision, right? So what are you going to do, the steps to get you to that ultimate goal? So now you're going to tell people to refer you. Can you tell your cousins or your friends that I do hair? Can you Now you're going to create things online, some videos to show people that what you do, what you offer. So a little marketing. You're gonna create information for your marketplace. So who are you trying to get this product or service? So you're gonna create small goals to that ultimate vision, that ultimate goal, and it's going to come to life, and it's going to be better this way because it's not a spur of the moment. It's like, I always wanted to give my husband a birthday party, or my sister or my mother a surprise birthday party. Well, you've always wanted to do it. Let's start the process now. So you start the process of researching what you need to do to make this happen. You're going to either write it down, put it on your phone and your notes, and create the process. Okay. So vision board is important. Budgeting is important. I'm just recapping. Also, understanding your credit card, debit card, be safe with that. Shopping online and in the stores, double checking your receipts, getting your alerts set up. So when you use your card, or when you use your credit card or debit card or anything, that you will get an alert that this happened, because 'tis the season for theft. Okay, people are out here stealing identities, and they hope and wish and pray that you're not paying attention. I've had many people I've helped at the credit union or the bank, and they say, I didn't know this was happening. Someone's been dipping in my account every month for 2 years, and now they're out to $3,000. True story. And we can't get it back for them because that person has done whatever they're going to do with that Google Play or that Apple Pay, and they're gone with that money, Cash App and all. So be careful, not only the holiday season, but going forward, be careful with your finances, with your money, with your card. Be cognizant to the fact that people are out there lurking. Um, Honestly. So we've covered the budget, planning. If you have more questions, let me know about that. We've covered the vision board, how that's very important. 2023. Hey, listen, that's a goal. Create your vision board. It literally cost me $5 at the Dollar Tree, okay, to get the big board, to get some, name stencils. I just stuck right on there. They have the sticky letters, um, to cut out some articles or print them off, paste them right on there. You want to travel, put an airplane and put on there Cancun 2023. Okay, August. You want to plan a birthday party for yourself. Birthday party, the colors are red and white, 2023. So I be specific even on your vision board. Okay, it's very important. It's going to do you a load of good. Let's see what else I got. Happy Thanksgiving. This is so exciting. Okay. So the next thing I want to talk about, we talked about goals. Oh, I want to talk about affirmations. Now, affirmations are things that, well, let me look at the dictionary word affirmation. Oh, please, because this is going to be good. Okay, affirmation is the action or process of affirming something or being affirmed, emotional support or encouragement. Affirmations. Now, what I usually do, because I do affirmations, I even sometimes do meditation while I'm working out or stretching. Most importantly, take time out for yourself. We always give and give. I know it's Thanksgiving, but we give and give of ourselves to other people, and we don't give to ourselves. You have to pour into yourself first. And I think Mr. Marcus Holmes has taught many a times about self care, um, and being aware of yourself, loving yourself so that you can love others. And affirmations is one way I do that for me. I'm very selfish with myself because I have to be complete. I have to be whole as much as possible in order for me to pour out into my children or my family, and friends. And so I'm not broken into pieces and then they get a piece of me. No, they're going to get the whole Christina because I want to be completely whole, whether it's my spirituality, um, mentally, physically, health wise. You want to create an atmosphere of wholeness for yourself. And I've done some affirmations that has helped me, and I revised them. I have like a couple notebooks sitting around. I have about 5 notebooks, two upstairs in my office, one in my bedroom, one in the living room, and I'll get to jotting things down. But I have some affirmations, and I always pray or ask God to give me some insight and to say the right things or to write the right things that I can create in my heart. Because it comes from your heart, it's going to really help you, to create that space in your heart to know and believe and have faith that these things are going to happen for you, just like our vision goal. But these goals are for yourself. So I have a couple here where I say, I'm blessed, I'm thankful, I'm beautiful, I'm successful, I'm healthy, I'm smart, I'm intelligent, I'm a child of God, I'm loved, I am loving. I will continue to be loving. I will continue to be successful. I will continue to be happy. I will continue to be healthy. Um, I have great parents. My children loves me. I love my parents. I will have a savings per month. I will go, oh, this one happened. I will go and pick up my new truck. And I did. Thank you. I am wonderfully made by God. I am happy. I do have peace. I am getting into a healthy relationship. I will contribute to the healthy relationship. I am positive. I will buy a new house. I will finish my bachelor degree by June of 2023 successfully. I am living my dreams. I am taking a vacation every year. It is so. I declare and I decree, amen. Okay. That's one of many of my affirmations that I do. And I'll pray or I'll ask God, please let these things sink into my heart and understand that these are things that are in my heart and I want to happen for me, and continue to happen for me. A lot of people take advantage of the fact of their health. Like health is wealth, right? And if you take care of yourself, the best way you can, and if you can't, reach out, go to the doctor, go to, my mother's a nurse. I could go to my mother and say, this is going on with me. And she was like, oh, you should get that checked out. Or I know someone that's happened to them and this is what they did. Recently, I did have COVID, and it was not terrible. It wasn't great, but I did have COVID and started out with a scratchy throat. And I said, I'm pretty healthy, so I know something's not right. This is not allergy season for me. So I did take the COVID test and it said I had COVID. So immediately I isolated myself. I have, my son is here, he'll be 16 next week. And I said I have to protect him and myself and others. So I did wear a mask, wash my hands, my mother was like, "What do you need?" And she dropped stuff off at the door, and God blessed me. So it lasted about 3 days, and I did talk to some people, and they said, "Listen, such and such called their doctor on the phone or teledoc online on the app, and they got this type of allergy, this." Kind of COVID medication, as long as you don't have these other medications, you can take it, which happened to me. I did call the doctor online and I did get the medicine for COVID to shorten the healing time. And it worked. And I thank God for that because it was just like I didn't want to keep having these symptoms. I wanted them to at least go down and just be better for me to function. So it was great. I took the medicine and immediately it just like dried whatever nasal and stuff up, and I was great. So thank God for that. But if I didn't reach out to someone and say, "This is what's happening to me," and they say, "Oh no, this happened to this person. Call your doctor and ask for this." And the doctor said, "Yeah, I'll get you that right now. You can go pick it up." And then my aunt got COVID, my aunt Jackie, and my mother said, "Christina took this medicine and she got to the doctor and it worked." So she called her doctor and got the same medicine for her COVID symptoms, and she was doing great within 2 days. So reach out to people. One thing about me is I'm a good communicator. I thank God for my dad and my mom. They're not shy and they do communicate well, whether it's verbally or written. And I reach out to people. Now, we are human. I get it. And we get to ourselves and situations in life. But sometimes you need someone and God, obviously, to communicate and to because people do love you and people do care about you and people do worry about you. So I've learned these things over the years that I can't keep stuff just to myself because there are people out there that do care about me. So communicate. So having affirmations are really great because it can be a meditation. It can also just be something that you do when you need to calm down or when you need to motivate yourself or think positively. I do it because it's a reminder for me that these are the things that God has given me. And these are the things that are happening in my life and I want to continue to happen, like good health, good strength, being loving, being successful. Um, and sometimes you need that reminder. Our brain can't capture everything all the time. So just reminding yourself that you are somebody, you do have a purpose, and you are loved, and God loves you, and there are people out there that care about you. And I think Marcus made a good point. One of his best friends told him, about grief and people that aren't here right now with us to celebrate or to just be in our lives daily that they're not here and but we also have people that are here and we do have a future. We do have people that um want to be a part of our lives and we want to be a part of their lives. So we have to be grateful for the unit and the peoples that we do have right now. So I agree with that. um Another thing I wanted to talk about as far as like affirmations is um where's my notes? Um, affirmations and your attitude. Okay. So having a good attitude doesn't always happen, but I think it's helpful to remind yourself that being positive and having a good attitude about life, about your situation, it will help you to work, right? So a lot of times when I am doing some things with my business or helping other people with their, like my clients, I have to be positive, right? Because not everything goes your way all the time, but that's not all the time, right? So you got to be positive in what you're doing, what you want to create, what you want to see for yourself. Be positive towards people. One thing I had to learn a long time ago is apologize. and forgive, right? That's part of being positive. If you're apologizing sincerely from your heart and being positive, it really will help you, right? Because while people may treat you wrong or do you wrong, they're going about their business. They're not thinking about what they've done to you or how they've done it to you. I remember asking someone one time, like, remember you did this to me? That really hurt me. They were like, when did I do that? What are you talking about? I don't remember doing that to you. So it was shocking to me. I'm like, wow, they just went on about their business, forgot they hurt my feelings and did these things to me, and it affected my life for years and years. And I had to realize it came to me like they forgave what they did to me and went on about their business and living their life. So you should. You should have a good attitude about yourself, your situations, good or bad. Um, have the intention to finish, right? A lot of us procrastinate. I've done it. My daughters were good at it, but have the attitude to intentionally finish things, finish what you're doing, your work, finish your goals, finish your day, with a positive note. And, it might change your life to be more positive. I've had people at my job and they're negative this and, oh yeah, you're probably having a bad day like me. I go, nope, having a great day. Oh, well, how's things going? For me, it's this way. I go, everything's great. Now I'm being real, because it could be worse. But if you have the intention to be positive, the intention to finish things, the intention to have a great attitude, it will help you. And me, I seek God. I seek His richness, riches and glory. He's the center of my life. He is the center of everything that I do. Is God put it in my path, so I have to do it for Him. And it always comes out successful. Now, I do have some downfalls and some pits and some things that happen, but I try to keep a positive attitude about it because I know it's a learning process. I know it is to teach me something. So, if I shut off my mind and my heart and I'm angry, I'm irritated, I'm not going to learn anything and I'm not going to be able to teach you anything. So, I want to have a great attitude. I always seek God. I always ask God. I always trust God. I do. And I think it works for me. He gives me strength, power, understanding, clarity. I also have boldness in my life. Having boldness and having excitement in your life is a changing factor. In your walk, in your talk, in your daily living, being excited to have a life, being excited to have people to love on that love you, um, having boldness. Boldness is so rare because it takes you out of your boldness takes you out of your comfort zone. Okay, so if you're, I always say in business, if you're comfortable, you're not succeeding. You have to get uncomfortable. Okay. That takes some character and some boldness and some vulnerability and some risk, but it's worth it because you're not where you used to be anymore. Right. You've gotten out of that comfort zone of I'm just here. I'm going to sit here. This is what I'm going to do every day. And this is how I want to be every day. No, you don't have to really change, but when you have boldness and you create different things and get uncomfortable in your life, you're going to change. Okay, it comes with it automatically. You don't have to let me change this. No, when you seek your vision, your purpose, whether it's in business, becoming an entrepreneur, finances, your money, for instance, one time I said, listen, I think I did pretty good with my credit, right? I want to just go ahead and apply for this credit card. Okay. Apply for the credit card. And I said, I don't believe I'm going to get this credit card because some things I want to do with this credit card really has nothing to do with me, maybe pouring it back into the business or trying to make sure that it's a learning tool for me with this, higher credit, because I was trying to do a higher credit card limit than I usually get. And immediately the screen pops up, congratulations, you got this $5,000 credit card. And I was like, what? This is dope. This is great. And in the past, I've only had, 700, 500, maybe $800 credit cards. So to go from that, God trusted me with a little bit to an increase of credit was wonderful for me. And I was like, okay, what I'm going to do? Okay, I need to get a new program. Okay, I need to upgrade my marketing. Okay, I need to give some more to the church and not use my card if I need extra, give more on my tithes when I get my paycheck. So I started getting my new business plan together, not business plan, my budgeting plan, because I got a new credit card and it was exciting. It was a change. And because I took that bold step with just that, that I would probably have never done before, my attitude changed. I was like, okay, yeah, I got me, a bigger credit card limit. Okay, I can, do more things if I wanted to. And I got a little more bold as I got excited. So having excitement, boldness, a great attitude will change you. It will change everything about you, whether it's your money, your day-to-day life, your walk, your talk, it will change you. And it might even be a tool that when you have done these things, became bold and excited and great attitude, that you will now start to share this with other people, right? And so now these other people are going to have um, you to count on to be able to say, oh wow, they did that. I want to do that too. Oh wow, they uh she actually, did that. Wow, I can do that too. So now you're creating someone, an influence, I should say, to someone else that never thought they'd be able to do those kind of things that you're doing. So I think that um, that would be a great way to show to yourself that you can do things financially or in your day-to-day life and make that change by being bold, by stepping out, and being uncomfortable with something else. Because sometimes being comfortable is complacent, like you're always doing the same thing every single time. And then you start feeling like, what is my purpose in life? Why am I here? What am I supposed to be doing? Just going to work every day? No, you weren't created to work every day and just go home. Like you were created to share your lights, and whatever it is your light, wherever it lands, that's where you're shining your light. And God's going to give you the tools and the equipment to do those things and to show, He's going to show you your purpose, right? So, a little bit about me, I've been in banking for 22 years. Okay. So, 22 years in banking, never liked banking. I do not like banking. I don't like it. I've never liked sales where you have to sell credit cards and say, hey, you need another credit card? Please sign up. I've never liked sales. I've never liked doing any of the banking, the tellering, none of it. I've never liked it. The money wasn't good for me, so it was like a waste. But every time I tried to let go of that banking job, I was like, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, you have to be in banking. No, ma'am. And then every time I try to do something else, that job or that thing, he would just cut it off. I had a wonderful job one time being a financial print person where I did proofreading and things like that for documents for the SEC, Security Exchange Commission. And it was a wonderful job. Wonderful. Guess what? Laid off. God was like, no, ma'am. But what came out of that is I was able to go to Wayne State University for free. So they did give us 2 years of free education. So that helped me out there. But I never liked banking. But what happened was is God journeyed me through banking from age 16 in the 11th grade all the way to 2019. So from 1991 to 2019, I was in banking. The purpose was not for me to like banking. The purpose was for me to carry, he gave me the gift of finance. It's very easy for me. I like it. Business is exciting to me. When I was creating a business plan, I was so excited to put this 15, 16-page business plan together. And God created that in me. He was like, oh no, you're gonna go through this banking world process for 22 years because this is your purpose alone. You're going to be able to help people see their dreams. You're going to help people see their dreams in the business world as an entrepreneur, because I can help you create your business like that. The people I've done it for, they'll tell you. And I like to do it, and I'll do it immediately. The other part is I like to see people healthy in their finances. And it's so easy for me to do. For myself, it shows on my children. They have credit cards and loans that they've paid off, that their credit is great. My father, I helped him get his credit great and bought a house. And it was easy for me. I liked it. So he brought me through this banking journey just for that. And it was uncomfortable. I didn't like it. It changed me in different ways. At some point I was stressful, and at some point I didn't think, I had anything else going for me. I didn't think I had a purpose. I didn't think, that I was helping anybody. But it was crazy. Every time someone would come up to me at my banking job or position, I was always helping somebody like this. It was like, quick help. And they were like, oh, I never knew this before. Oh, wow, you helped me a great deal. I want to send my mother and my sister and my brother to you. And I was like, oh, okay, great. But it was easy for me and it was a challenge for them. So what God was saying is that I've given you this gift, not only of customer service, but of service in this business. Okay. So I really think that, like I said, if you have a great attitude, a positive attitude in life, forgive others for yourself. Honestly, I have unfortunately never thought I would have what you call enemies, but I have a few. And unfortunately, they're people I know, right? So just think about the people you don't know that are your enemies, but I'm grateful for them. I'm thankful for my enemies today. You know why? Because they've created in me a change. You know, I've prayed for my enemies. I've had my enemies come back and say they need me, they need my help. No one else will help them. I've had people come back to me as an enemy, and I've not just, I want to say help them, but they've helped me. They helped me change, right? So I embrace the fact that I had to do some things differently in that relationship, I guess I should say. I've cut some people off, which you can do that for your health and your mental health. Um, and some people came back and some people didn't, right? But the whole process is a learning process. And like I said, being uncomfortable. When you're uncomfortable and you're doing something different than the norm, you will change. You're going to change. Okay. Um, let's see what else I want to talk about. I have some good stuff. Oh, this is I want to tell somebody. I have, if you can see this, these are electronic thermometers. Let's see it. Okay. So I have a lot of these. I want to say about 10. So if anybody wants a free non-contact infrared thermometer, let me or Marcus know. I'm giving these away. Okay. Free. Free thermometer. I have like 6 or 10, but I think I can get some more. But these are free. The batteries are in it. These are brand new. Um, It said it does the body temperature, surface temperature, ambient temperature, high temperature alarm, and 3 color backlights. So I do have these for free. If anybody wants a electronic non-contact infrared thermometer, I'm giving these away. Power Money Tools LLC coming through. Okay. Um, Okay, so I only have 30 minutes left. And I have this book. It's called The Key to Answered Prayer. Now, like I said, Marcus has the Gratefulness Journey book. Please check him out. I have it electronically. I don't have the paperback for Marcus' book. I've read it electronically from Amazon. So please go to Amazon and get the Gratefulness Journey book by Marcus Holmes. And you will greatly benefit from that book. It's a wonderful tool, and I highly recommend it. So this book is called The Key to Answer Prayer. It's by Rabbi Kurt Schneider. And one thing I want to mention in this book it's in chapter 2, it's called A Plea for God's Blessings. And the first sentence says, God wants to bless you. Okay. Do you believe it? Do you believe God wants to prosper you? Okay. And a lot of people don't think that God wants to prosper them because they don't see the prosperity or they don't know how to get it. You know, it's not a quick fix overnight thing, but for me, while I was creating like a business of mine, I told God, can you just please give me everything I need? Because he told me I would never have to worry about my needs. Now, you know, your wants are one thing, but your needs are another. And I've gotten that prayer answered. And this says you don't have to be afraid or ashamed of asking God to bless and expand you. God wants to give you increase. He doesn't want you to just get by. He wants you to have enough to give to others, wants you to walk in a blessing, wants you to be a sign and a wonder. So you can be a walking blessing. Parents blessing their children, seeing them happy, and on and on. Now, there's one chapter here that says, put a demand on God. So the demand is knowing that the promises, so if somebody promised you something, right? They say, I'm going to take you on a trip around the world. Next year, I got your ticket, we going. You like, what? We going on a round trip around the world for real? Yeah, we're going. Then the time comes, it's like, you know what? I changed my mind. Might not go. So you have planned, let's say, the whole year or 6 months to go on this round trip, round the world trip, free, inclusive trip that someone promised you. And the time comes and you don't get it. Um, that's horrible, right? So God does not do that to us, right? He wants to see you prosper. He wants to give you the promises that he said he was going to do, which is never leave you, um, promise never to give you too much to bear, promise to always give you comfort, promise to give you peace, promise to give you everything you need, and to be a listening ear when you need it. So, I mean, I don't get a lot of those promises from humans, from people. And for God to promise me those things is just wonderful because I know it's going to happen. There's no doubt that He's going to give me peace and comfort. When my father died, I immediately got comfort from God. And He brought people into my life that was not there before my father passed. And they gave me comfort and peace and a new relationship. And so, you know, I was open to that. And that's another thing, you know, we get mad at God or we get mad at people and situations and we're not open. So it's like, if you're not, like I said again, you don't have a positive attitude on life, and you think that everything is just terrible and horrible. Why is this happening to me? Stop and think, why is this happening to you? You know, I've had to stop and think about things that's happened to me and say, man, I know now why that happened to me. It was a reason behind it. Um, I remember traveling to Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo, Michigan. It was right after the holidays, and I was going back to school in my car, and I was driving. So when I was driving, um, my car hit a black patch. So which is a icy patch on the road that you don't see. And I was going a good speed. I'll say on the freeway, it's about 50 because it was a little snow on the road, blowy snow on the road, but it wasn't snowing. So I'm on my way from Detroit to Kalamazoo, Michigan at Western Michigan University. And my car started spinning in a 360 in the middle of the road of the highway, 94 West. And I ended up flipping in the embankment 3 times. So it was boom, 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 right? And I remember spinning in the air like this. And I said, God, I believe in you. I love you. And can you just land me on my wheels safe? Boom, right? I hit the embankment. And this car comes up. I see the, so I'm just sitting there like, oh my God, what just happened? I had an accident, but with no one, just my car was in the accident. So I'm on the side of the road in the embankment, like sideways. The front glass of my Beretta, Chevy Beretta, was in my lap. My seatbelt's still on. I'm still gripping the wheel. And I'm like, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for landing me on my tires, right? So this guy comes up to me and he said, ma'am, are you okay? Oh my goodness. And I was like, I think so. I'm starting looking at my hands. I had one baby scratch on my pinky and I'm looking around. I said, I think I'm fine. So I took my seatbelt off. He's like, you got to get out. It's cold. I was in the snow. And the guy said, I'm going to give you a ride. At this time, I think I had a flip phone, cell phone, but I didn't know where it was. All my stuff was scattered in my car because I had flipped. He said, you were flipping in the air. Your car was flipping in the air and then it landed on the wheels. And I could not believe that. I was like, what? So he said, I want to take you to the gas station. It should be an exit coming up. And it said there was a BP gas station. So I said, okay. And I told God, I need to trust this person because I don't have no help. And if this is the help you sent me, I'm going with this guy. So the guy took me in his pickup. I got my stuff out the car and he took me to the next exit. Got to the gas station and I was like, can I use your phone? They were like, absolutely, because there's no pay phones at the time. So I get to the pay phone. I get to the phone. They gave me the phone, called my dad. He's like, what? I'm on my way. He just hung up on me. Click. I'm like, so I called back. I talked to my mom. I'm like, I don't know where my cell phone is. So I'm just trying to tell you where I'm at. And she's like, okay. So I told her the location where I was. And this guy was still there. He was like, I'm gonna take you back. I said, okay, thank you. So we get in his pickup and we go back. He's like, I would wait with you, but he said, I did call the police, so the police are coming. And I said, okay, great, I'll wait with the police. So the police came and the guy left. I do not know what this man looked like to this day. I don't remember him. I know he was a Caucasian man and he was a younger guy. And God sent this guy to help me. There was no one else around. Okay. This was like 7 o'clock at night, snowing. There's no way. And he saw the whole thing. He says, you did a spin on the road and then you flipped in the air twice. I was like, wow. And then my dad came like that. I was an hour from Detroit. He was there in like 15 minutes. Straight up. He was there in 15 minutes. Okay. My mother was like, oh my God, are you okay? They looked at the car and my dad said, can you start it? I said, yeah, I had to shut it off. So my dad went to the car. I'm with the police, right? In the bag, the guy was asking me questions, and the police officer actually wrote me a ticket because I could have caused an accident, which we refuted in court. And 2 weeks later, the court was like, that's ridiculous that you got in your own accident and he wrote you a ticket for your accident for yourself. So that ticket got thrown out. However, my dad started the car. right? The glasses all broke out. He got had some tarp in his car. He always had tools and tarps and towels, and got the tarp, cleaned the car out, get the glass out, put it on the window. And my dad drove my car with two broke windows in winter all the way back to Detroit. Okay, quit playing. Now, me, I'm in the car with my mother, like, oh my God, I can't believe I got to get back to school. I got class tomorrow. So I did end up getting a ride from a friend. I had to skip Monday class and go Tuesday, but it worked out. But just the fact that God sent me somebody, an angel, to help me that day. And then, like, immediately, because I called on God. I said, no, no, this is terrible. I need your help. So he's always there. I have experience. That's my testimony. And I was only 19 at the time. Okay. My experience is that you will get help when you need it. You will get comfort when you need it. And like I said, God loves me. He loves you. And he loves the fact that he can help you. He loves the fact that he can be in your life. So when I had that experience, it changed me. Like I said, a lot of situations you might not change yourself, but things will change you in your life. And I'm grateful for the good times, the bad times that I've had in my life that's made me into who I am and who I'm going to be. I look forward to a change, to evolving. Um, and not just in my finances. I mean, that's great too, but changing and evolving is special because you're touching someone else's life, not just your own. And God is giving you this life for these reasons, and these occasions that happen in your life, good and bad, are a reason, right? A lot of the things we create for ourselves, the bad stuff. Um, but I do believe that they evolve us into the creatures and the beings that we're supposed to be, and to be for someone else. Our being here is a service to someone else. Believe it or not, you're a service to someone else, whether it's you're serving them with your love, or you're serving them with knowledge, or you're serving them with just being there, being a good, positive person in their life. Um, so, like I said, having a good attitude, having a positive attitude, being encouraged, having boldness, getting uncomfortable, it's going to change you automatically into someone that you're supposed to be. A lot of people, like I said, right now, they're experiencing people not being in their life during this holiday season. Something's either changed in your life that you didn't create or you did. But be encouraged that it's for a reason, right? These things are supposed to happen in your life this way, whether they're unfortunate things or they're wonderful things. It's supposed to do this to alter the way your life is going or supposed to go. So embrace the change. Be bold in your decisions. Be excited for what's to come for you or your family and your friends. Be excited for them. Be a comfort to somebody. If you know things about, how to create a budget or a finance, tell your children, tell your friends, share your knowledge. Knowledge is so valuable. Don't keep it to yourself, because somebody needs it. Not everybody needs your knowledge, but someone needs it. Um, So for me, seeking God in his richness, centering my life around him, having faith, trusting in him to sustain and help me and give me strength, that changes my life every single day. Um, Having positive attitudes and intentions to finish something and make good decisions. Even when I don't make good decisions, I got to get back on track. Um, what else I want to talk about? So we talked about budget planning. We talked about a vision board. I hope you guys go back and view that when the video is streamed. But the vision board is very important because it's your vision Your vision. No one else's. God gave these visions to you. Your goals. Whatever your income is, if you have 100% income, right, you're getting Social Security, retirement, regular 9 to 5, your business, 70% of that income, the net needs to go for bills, right? Not 100%. There was this book I read where this guy said that he did 70% of his income on bills and he did 100%. There was no difference between the 70 and the 100. He gave 100% to all his whole paycheck went to his bills. And then another week he did 70%. There was no change. So do 70% of your income on your bills and your debt. 10% to charity, which is, a church or a school or something. And 10% you should invest or put it aside for investing. And 10% is a savings. Now, with that 10% of savings, that should be a goal. A vacation account, new furniture account, new bed account, new entertainment account. So 10% to a savings, 10% to invest, a capital. There's many ways to invest. And 10% to charity, 70% goes to your bills. Like I said, just do a test. Take 100% of your money that you get monthly and pay it all on bills. And then another month, do 70%. Is going to be the same. I promise you. So for you to actually cut out 30% and do something else with it will be beneficial to you, because now you're actually in control of your money. Okay. So being in control is better than not in control. Some people get paid. They say, you know what? I only got $5 to my name. I don't know what happened to my paycheck. I just got paid Friday. That's not in control. Be in control of your money. It's very liberating. So having that budget plan that I discussed earlier is a very big thing. It's really big now with shopping, right? So I'm only going to spend, I got a $500 credit card. I'm only spending $250 of this. And then every time I get paid, I'm going to put $25 on it after this. Don't you want to go into 2023 with no debt, very little debt? Take control of your money. I promise you, if you do it and be aware of your spending, you're going to like your money better. A lot of people don't like their money. I hate my bills. I got to pay $300 on my consumer bill. Why? You use the heat. You use $300 worth of heat. You cannot use the excuse that the rates are high, that they keep raising the gas rate every year. It's evident they're going to do that. It's the economy, right? But either you're going to stop using so much of the heat and get more blankets, or you're going to use the heat and you're going to pay it. Now, you need to get on a shut-off plan, or you need to get on some kind of a plan where you're paying, your bill down. Call consumer, call DT, call your energy company and create a plan. That's being bold. Listen, this $400 bill, I need to break this up in payments. How can I get a plan, a winter protection plan? So that's what I mean. Like, don't let your money take control over you. Take control of your money. It's your money. I know a lot of people are on a fixed budget. My dad always says, when people used to tithe at church or give offerings, he said, you're going to give it to somebody. Give it to God and help build the church, build the ministry. So, but you have to actually make yourself aware to do that. I'm going to give 10% to charity every single time. I'm going to give 20% this time because my next money, I'm not going to be able to give 10%. So I'm going to give 20% this time or 20% next time. So be aware of your money. Take control of it, right? 70% of your income on bills, 10% charity, 10% invest or capitalize, and 10% on a savings or interest savings account. Stick to your budget. If you don't have one, I'm trying to tell you right now, please get one. I'm just going to keep saying budgets are great. And tell yourself, I'm sticking to this budget no matter what. All right, we talked about business plans, being bold, creating positivity, having a good attitude is going to change you. Let's see. I think I want to talk now about long range goals and short term goals. What I talk about is boring, but it's very important in education. So take heed, get your pen and paper out. Long range goals and short term goals. The question is what kind of person will I have to become to get all I want? What kind of person will I have to become to get all that I want? Is this a major or a minor priority? Is this major or a minor priority? A quote I got from Jim Rohn, Rohn, he says, don't spend minor time on major things. Don't spend major money on minor things. Okay? Don't spend minor time on major things. And don't spend major money on minor things. So let's talk about a long range goal. I got about 10 minutes going down. What I want within the next 1 to 10 years, make a list, 50 things that you want in the next 10 years. So 1 year and 2 years and 5 years and 6 years and 10 years. Make a list of 50 things. What I want to see, what I want to do, what I want to be, what I want to have, where would I like to go? What do I want to share? 50 things. Now, after you write 50 things on a list of what you want to do, see, have, be, where you want to live, where you want to go, what you want to do, what you want to share, after you make the list of 50 things, write a number next to the things you want to accomplish. So if on my list, I have 50 things, right, that I want to do or I want. Next to that, you write a number. So the number is a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, all the way to 10 years. So in 1 year, I want to accomplish this on my 50 list. And then I'll put a 2 for 2 years next to that thing I want to accomplish in 2 years. Okay. So let's say on my list, I have complete my business degree, my bachelor's degree, complete a certificate in nursing. I'm going to put a 2 next to that. I want it completed in 2 years. I want to buy a house. I'm going to put a 3 next to that. I want to complete that in 3 years. So on your 50 things list that you want in the next 1 to 10 years, you're going to number on this list. Just put a number, 1 year, 2 year, 4 years, 10 years, 7 years, right? Put a number year next to those things on the 50. Okay. Then so those are how many years that it will take to accomplish those goals. Next, you're going to wrap up one goal and start away. So when you do one goal, let's say you want it in a year. Once you start, when you finish that goal, go right to your next goal. So once you wrap up that goal, you start right away into the next goal. Don't wait. Don't say, "Woo, I bought that car. I don't know about buying a house." No, start right on that buying the house goal. You get right on it. Once you complete that one goal on your 50 list, go right into your next goal. So you plan your next goal while you complete that goal. If I'm in a goal of traveling and I I traveled. That was one of my goals. I want to go to Florida. I went. Now I'm going to start on my next goal. What is my next goal? Completing school. What do I need to do? Let me call the register office. Let me see how much this class costs. Do they have the class I need? You start right on that next goal. Okay. Don't hesitate in between goals. Economic goals, material items, personal development goals, family goals, lifestyle goals, social goals. The most important of those goals are economic, material, and personal development. Okay, so economic is money, profits. Material is a house, jewelry, travel. Personal development is being more fit, communicate better, being a leader, learning a new language. Okay, lifestyle goals, social goals. Um, Next, okay, so you got your 50 list of goals, everything you want to do within 1 to 10 years. Then you're going to put a number next to those 1 year, 2 year, 3 year that you're going to complete, right? Then, which are economic, material, personal development, family, lifestyle, and social goals. Okay. Next, you're going to pick out the 4 most important 1 year goals. The 4, because if I have 50 goals, I probably picked about 20 of them I want to do in a year or 10. The 4 top goals that are 1 year, most important, and then you pick out the top 4 2 years, the top 4 3 years, the top on and on, right? So from 1 to 10, you pick out the top 4. Okay. All right, set them aside. So now I have my top 4 1 year goals out of my 50. I'm going to now describe each goal in a paragraph. Okay, so I got top 4 1 year goals. Each 1 year goal at my top 4, I'm going to describe each one in a paragraph. What I'm going to say, how high is the goal? How much is the goal? What is the size of this goal? Okay, a car. I want a 2023 Nissan Murano in 1 year, right? So what do I want? I want it to be blue. It needs to be around 20,000. Why is it important to me? Because I knew a better vehicle. Um, how high, how high will I be willing to pay for this? How much? What size? What color? Where do I get it from? One paragraph for each top 1 year goal. Then you're going to transfer that to a journal or a notebook. You're going to refer to that often. So I have a goal. I want a 2023 Nissan Murano. I want it to be blue. I need it to be under $20,000. I want to get it from the Nissan right here on Hall Road. I want it, whatever, right? I'm going to take that paragraph and put it in my notebook or some kind of piece of paper on my refrigerator. I'm going to refer to it daily. Review it each week, revise it, examine it. The goals that are most important to you, live those goals like you see it. This is actually going to happen, right? Write it down. Put it somewhere you're going to see it on your chart, on your board, in your office. Examine it, look at it, revise it, okay? Then you're going to do that with your 2 year goals. Then you're going to do it with your 3 and on and on. And it's going to help you actually say, oh, I can obtain this. When you put it in that little paragraph, okay, I got 3 minutes, short-term goals. So these are something that's going to happen in the next few days, next week, in 2 months, and 6 months. That's a short term. That's not in years. These are in short time frames. These are called confidence builders. Okay, a short-term goal is a confidence builder. You're going to write down all the goals you want to accomplish in a year, right? So the 1 year goals you're going to break down. So in 2 weeks, this. In 2 months, this. And then that's by my year, this is going to happen. So my mother's birthday party, I had 6 months to plan it. I started in December. I told everybody about it in January. Who's the team players? Who's going to do what? February, okay, how much the cake costs, where I'm going to get the cake. We're going to get tents. Who knows about tents? We're going to have it inside or outside? Outside. So I started planning, and then 2 months went by. I went back to my designators. Hey, you're cooking the food. Are you going to get the food next month? Okay, this is how much it costs, how much you're going to contribute. Boom. By the time the May 1st came, I sent out invitations. The party was on. I didn't owe any money. All my things were set up. The food was ready to be made. The tents were ready to be put up. The birthday party was extravagant and it was done. There was no pressure. On May the 15th, on her birthday, everything was completed. But I started in December. This is very important. Break it down by week or month. Try to check off at least one thing on your list each week. Completed, completed, completed. Okay, I got the food, completed. I got this, completed. Told them about how much I needed, completed. Invitations made, completed, right? Then you celebrate after each check. So once you check off something, yes, that was done. I'm so happy that was done. You celebrate it. Okay, congratulate yourself. Have joy in winning that goal. Be hard on yourself when you lose, when you don't do it. Man, I meant to get that cake order. Why did I do that? I got to do it tomorrow. Okay, be hard on yourself when you slip on that goal. Okay. Once again, what kind of person will I have to become to get all I want? Is this a major or minor priority? And don't spend minor time on major things, and don't spend major money on minor things. Ask with faith. Discipline yourself. Is this major or minor? Have time in mind. Time is valuable. Be consistent on your review of your goals. Concentrate on each integral detail of your goal. Have it defined and described. Give the goal a purpose. Get inspired. What do I want this for? How bad do I want this? Get your results in advance, right? Give yourself 90 days to get back on track when you slide off your goal. You know what? In 2 months, January 1st, I'm getting back on this goal. That's it. Put it in my calendar. I'm getting back on my weight loss journey. I'm getting back on my credit card payoff journey. Okay. So have faith, ask, and you shall receive. Be disciplined on your major and your minor of your goal. How bad do you want it? Use your time wisely on each goal, short term and long term. And ask yourself, what kind of person will I have to become to get all that I want? Change yourself. Be valuable to yourself, and you will change, and you'll be valuable to others. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. And once again, I'm Christina Smith. I am a money coach, and I am a motivator to entrepreneurs. I will help you with your business plan. I will help you get ideas together on where you want your vision to go. Once again, speaking of vision, don't forget your vision board for 2023. Don't forget your budget planning. If you need help with that, I am here for you. Credit repair, credit information, if you're trying to do your own. If you have questions about credit cards, debit cards, my tip is if you are not good with a card or you don't have one, get a secure card, which is a savings card where you put your own money on the credit card. Okay. Also look at your goals, number them, do 50 goals that you want done in the next 10 years. Order them by the year you want it completed. I want this goal completed in 1 year, 2 year, 10 years. Take the top 4 of each year, put them in a paragraph. Okay, so your top 4 1-year goals, each goal, put it in a paragraph. Why do you want it? What is it for? What is the purpose of this? How bad do you want it? What is this goal? How can I obtain it? And then celebrate. After every goal that you complete, celebrate your win. Celebrate what it has done for your life since you started planning it. And once again, like I said, it's not the ending result that's so much important, the beginning of the goal or the vision to the end, whether it's money, health, whatever it is, finances. You want to celebrate what happened in between, how you obtain this goal, how you obtain this financial freedom. Okay, how you obtain this things happening on your vision board. Celebrate what happened in between, how it happens, right? And I encourage you to do that vision board or plan, because it will definitely become um, it will become a life changer. It's done it for me. So I'm waiting for Mr. Marcus. I don't know who he has left next. Because I'm going to start doing my Thanksgiving with my family at my mother's house. Pearline, she's 81, and she had the grandkids cooking yesterday, which is a blessing. Um, so that's all I have for you. I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and I really want to encourage your heart to, if you are by yourself, you don't have family to celebrate with, or you're just not in the mood for that, this holiday season, don't feel bad. Like, embrace the fact that you are who you are. The decisions that you make are your decisions. And, if you're grieving, I pray that God comforts your heart and your family. I know a couple of people that just lost someone recently, which is the hardest time when people are um, getting together, and family are remembering why they're thankful. But I'm thankful for you that you are here, you are viewing this, and you're going to have some wonderful special people that are going to be saying some great things coming up throughout the day. I believe the program is over at 8 o'clock. Um, so Marcus is going to have a lot of people come on here and talk about some wonderful things and encourage your hearts, because it's needed. And I'm thankful for them. And once again, I'm thankful for Love and Stuff, because it is a wonderful, wonderful community. If you have not joined Love and Stuff, please do. Lots of great people with great information. And like I said, we have authors and entrepreneurs, and um, it's really a blessing to be a part of the community. So welcome. Welcome to Love and Stuff. Let me see where Marcus is. I don't know who's next. Again, I'm going to invite you. First of all, once again, I have these thermometers for free. I have like 10 of them, and I can get more. But if you need a infrared non-contact thermometer, I have them. They're brand new for you. So you can let me know, or Marcus, that you want one, and I can try and get it to you for free. I will ship it to you. And again, I invite you to visit both of my business pages, which is Empire Mobile Notary, where I do mobile notaries, and also Powerful Money Tools LLC on Facebook. I do have Christina, your financial planner, on Instagram. And I also like I said, I work at SBS Vision. So if you need any eye care needs, let me know. I get discounts and I have coupons for vision care at SBS Vision if there's one in your community. Um, and so I'm just waiting on Marcus to send in our next Love and Stuff community member. Thank you for viewing this live stream. I hope that it helps someone or comforts somebody that, maybe you are just at home relaxing, or you don't have someone to share your Thanksgiving with, or you're grieving right now, or you just don't want to be bothered with folks. So we're trying to give you something encouraging to do and be a part of. If you're just joining us, I did speak to you briefly on vision plans for 2022, doing your vision board. Yeah, blurry. Anyways, blurry. So, doing your vision board and your vision plan, budgeting plan, um, not overspending on your credit cards, have a budget for your cards, and if you do your budget plan and you have a deficit, try to figure out where in that budget plan you can cut costs, or if you need to add income some kind of way to create a positive impact on your monthly budget, yearly budget. Um, and then also, just recapping, talking about how you can have a short and long term goals to actually take 50 goals and list them down. And then taking each goal, each 50th goal, and put a number by it. So 1 year, 2 year, whatever amount of years is going to take to complete that particular goal on your list. Then taking the top four, let's say 1 year goals, 2 year goals, etc. Taking the top four of those and now putting each goal in a paragraph. Why you want it, what is the purpose, what is it, how much does it cost, what is the value, how bad you want to obtain it. Then you go to your short term, which is weekly, monthly, until let's say your 1 year goal, financially, health wise, or whatever. You're going to take that year and you're going to have um, the encouraged goals. So 1 year in 2 weeks and 3 weeks and 5 months, then you get to your ultimate 1 year goal. And always celebrate your completion of your goals and winning. Because if you celebrate it, it's going to encourage you to keep going on your short and long term goals. Also, be hard on yourself when you don't do and you mess up on your goal, right? So if you don't complete that goal or you miss that opportunity and you didn't do what you said you were going to do, be hard on yourself, because now it's going to create an atmosphere of now I messed up. I need to get that completed. So don't just say, oh, whatever, I'll do it next year. No, say I messed up. I need to complete this, whatever I was supposed to do in 2 weeks. Let me hurry up and plan another time for me to get this done. Because once you complete the small goals, it's going to create your ultimate goal to be successful. So I am very encouraging with that because I don't procrastinate. I like to see things completed, finished. And once it is completed, then you're going to be satisfied. You're going to be happy because you've won. You've completed the goal, you've completed your successful weight loss journey or your health goal or your financial goal. And it's going to create an atmosphere of joy for you. It's going to change you. And that's always a plus. So let me see where Mr. Marcus is. Um, Um, okay. Mm, Okay, so I'm waiting on Marcus to come in. In the meantime, I just want to say happy Thanksgiving and God bless you all. I pray that whether your loved one is in heaven or is down here on earth, that um, God gives you wonderful blessings today of peace and comfort, and also joy and happiness and thanksgiving. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for the Love and Stuff community. I'm very thankful for my life and what purpose God has for me, and my growth, and also just being a part of other people's lives that I can contribute to and that they pour into me. Like I said, I try to be completely together so that I can pour into others. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Marcus. Um, and I'm going to.
My extreme apologies. It appears that someone did not show up. All right. I am in the midst of preparation and I'm not exactly sure what has occurred. I hope all is well with our guest. This is Thanksgiving. So let me just share with you in these few moments before our next guests come on. I apologize. It looks like there's been a wide space of time where you could just come into the room. I am Marcus Holmes, the love activist, and there was scheduled to be someone from 2 to 3. I am in the midst of putting the final touches on dinner. And let me just share with you what are in the fixings. It's turkey and dressing, chitlins, judge me, macaroni and cheese, dressing, greens, and yams with a sweet potato pie, a 7-Up pound cake, and some dinner rolls. And I'm expecting my brother, a few of my nieces, my niece Autumn, who is like my daughter, and my nephew Felix. And it is a wonderful time. And I hope for you it's a wonderful time as well. So I'm going to just check across platforms, whether you're watching us on LinkedIn Live, Twitch TV, YouTube events. There was a space of time, I guess, would have been for meditation, where there was no one actually in the room. Fantastic. And I've got someone joining me right now. I have had varied experiences around this holiday. In 2005, after having experienced the loss of my eldest sibling, Vanessa, on January 7th of 2005, suddenly, Thanksgiving Day came around, and it would be a different celebration for us as siblings because our eldest sibling had passed away. Both my parents were still living, and nieces and nephews, and dinner was planned as usual at my parents' home. I arrived, and after some time thought it was strange that my brother had not arrived with the mac and cheese. He, along with my sister Vanessa, who had passed that January before, had almost mastered my mother's macaroni and cheese. Almost, you would taste it and think she had made it. They had studied her, learned from her, asked her questions. I'm not exactly sure how they came to that conclusion, but they could make a mac and cheese almost just like my mom. And I'm thinking of it now, they even purchased the same kind of pan. If my sister Vanessa didn't come here to the family home to make it, and using the same pan, it seemed like it was done in the same casserole dish. And my brother Stephan purchased one, and he would bring that along with his Tupperware. He was known for bringing Tupperware to take him a plate. And he never arrived with the macaroni and cheese. And my sister Adrienne became frantic. They were very close, 4 years apart. And she would say, I know something's wrong. Go there and break down the door. Well, I lived closer to him than everyone else. So on my way home, I drove by there and saw that the lights were on and that his car was there. And so I had concerns about his car being there, lights on, and I called around. And eventually the next morning I was able to get inside and learn that he had passed away at home. So Thanksgiving took on a very different meaning for me. I'm talking. I don't know if it's showing me. Let me make sure I don't even know if you can hear me. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm able to be seen as well. Make sure. And there is Darren Williams. I'm making sure I'm able to be. For some reason on the live, oh, I can see me now. Fantastic. I'm watching the live and I couldn't see it. Okay, this is Darren Williams. And Darren, we had a space of time. You're going to have to unmute yourself if you haven't already. We have a space and time where I guess people should have just been meditating maybe because Jeremy did not show. And so I'm going to check to make sure things are okay with him. I'm always concerned on a Thanksgiving when people don't show because my brother showed for dinner and we found him deceased in his home. So I'm always, concerned about that. But I thought that I would, because I'm in the midst of preparation, jump back off temporarily. And I thought I would bring on, since you're coming on the next hour in a few minutes, and Valencia Edna will be joining you. I thought I would hand off the baton, but let me again apologize to those who've tuned in, whether you're on YouTube events or Twitch TV, Facebook Live, LinkedIn Live. That space between 2 and 3, we're just going to call that a Thanksgiving space of meditation, where all you saw was the screen. And I will find out what has occurred. I'm sure there is something that has occurred that prevented our good brother within our community from making that slot in time. And so my apologies, but I hope that you will stay tuned in to Darren Williams, who is also the host of Love and the Scriptures, and who is a noted educator, a noted, I was going to say the wrong word, a noted purveyor of the scriptures. I'm going to call him that. And a great man. And so I'm turning it over to you, Darren. Thank you so much for jumping in early, and happy Thanksgiving to you.
Okay. Best Thanksgiving blessings to you too, Brother Marcus, and to everybody out there in Love and Stuff land. Glad to be here on this Thanksgiving Day. Thank God, thank God. Now I might move a little bit because I guess am I okay in the screen how this is?
You're just fine. Yeah.
Okay, because it's sitting at a much lower level than I normally broadcast from. So, but if it's okay, I won't have to go and get a box to sit it on. So
you're just fine.
All right. Glad to be here. Been to church already, Thanksgiving service and everything. Have not eaten a thing yet today. But that's going to be solved in about 3 hours.
Fantastic.
Yes, indeed. Good to see you today, young man.
All right. The Zoom room is yours. And if you want to join Darren, the link is in the event, and it is also in should be in the title of the event. I'll make sure that I drop it in just in case you want to.
Okay. And here is Dr. V just signing in.
All right. Take it away.
Dr. V. All right, Doc. See you later. Dr. V, good afternoon and happy Thanksgiving to you. You're muted. There you go.
There we go. Let me change my background so I can be festive.
Look, I got my Black
How are
history.
you?
I'm good. I got my Black history background behind me, and I ain't gonna change it. I'm gonna keep it right here because I don't want to do the technical techie stuff that is gonna change. So I'm gonna do it just like this. How's everything? Have you had dinner yet? Where's your day?
No. Dinner's later.
Okay, it's really dinner.
It's really dinner.
Okay.
And so dinner is later. And
all right.
At dinner time, early dinner, 5-ish.
Okay.
And so
all the fixings ready, everything's done.
It's been an interesting year. Things have not gone exactly the way we would have planned them. We moved across the state in September. Got reassigned to a church in August, moved across the state in September.
Praise God.
And the end of October, family member had to have emergency surgery, and
Okay.
that flipped everything in the midst of it. I went on a trip, my legs did not recover. So we're all trying to just get done what we need to get done to be together on today. And so
Amen.
we're
Amen.
grateful for that. And in spite of it all, learn to be grateful. Yeah.
And through it all, God has kept us.
Absolutely.
Amen
Absolutely.
and amen.
Absolutely.
That's good. That's good to hear. Look, I'm
How
looking
about yourself? How's everything?
Well, I'm alone today, which isn't unusual because I live alone. And so so that's in keeping with my norm. Even though it's the holiday. I didn't I didn't travel because I'm actually saving my travel for next month.
I got it.
I got several things that I'm gonna cook. I'm actually gonna cook today. I got some neck bones that I'm gonna make and have some rice and black beans and sweet potatoes with that, boiled sweet potatoes. But I got a turkey yesterday, a turkey breast. And I accidentally left it in the car overnight, so it thawed.
So now you got to cook.
And I have to cook a turkey too, a turkey breast. So that's what's gonna be up for me.
Hey, and grateful that you could go to the store and get it.
Amen. Actually, I didn't have to go to the store and didn't have to pay for it. I've the organization, one of the organizations I'm a part of here, Christian Ministers Alliance, did 2 grocery giveaways, one Wednesday and one last night. Well, one last night and then one Monday. And with this one last night, actually with both of them, there was food left over, and our president twisted our arm and made us take stuff. There's some turkeys left, there was some chicken left packaged, and then all of the other kind of dishes. And so I took that turkey breast, and so didn't have to pay for it. But I already it's scheduled. It's gonna be part of lunch for when we go back to school next week.
Oh, well, that's good. That is good.
Yes. So I don't have to go out and be buying lunch all week.
Yeah. So we got an hour. We're gonna hang out for an hour, and
I'm glad to spend it with you. Let me say that I'm thankful to God that we get to do this show together.
I am too. I'm really happy about that. I was thinking today about we had church service this morning, and so we had a kind of hour and a half church service, and it's new for me because this is a new charge, and there's an ecumenical fellowship that they're involved with, and so we hosted Thanksgiving service today at Carter Metropolitan, and so that means that we were there, and this was like I said, a new fellowship for me, but I was interested in me. Both choirs were there, and interesting the songs that they chose. And so I was like, okay, so I think songs that got either played or sung today were I Just Want to Praise You Forever. And
I haven't heard that one in a long time.
Yeah. And then Thank You, Lord was played under the prayer and the scripture, and then traditional Thank You, Lord.
Yeah.
And then Thank You, Lord, for All You Done for Me was played under the offering. And our choir did, reached back and got Every Day as a Day of Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And and then Hezekiah Walker's Grateful. And then the other church did You've Just Been So Good to Me.
Okay.
And I want to thank you, Jesus. I want to thank you, Master. And then they sang a song I did not know about thanking God for everything God has done, even though I don't deserve it. I thank you.
Wow.
And so it was just nice to hear a variety of thank you songs that were newer and older, and most of them were pretty traditional for traditional now.
Right.
Because Walker's song is some 30 years old now. So
that's right. That's
yeah.
right. Believe it or not.
Yeah. And but I messed them all up. I reached back to 1700 to talk about why we gather, and talked about we gather together to ask the Lord's blessings. Hymns that have kind of just escaped us.
Yeah.
How many thankful people come. There are hymns that focus on our collective gratefulness.
Literally. That's right.
We don't always sing those because they're not the catchy tunes, and we've gotten away from that strict hymnology, and but yet those words are rich.
And that's one of the reasons too that they've been moved away from, because they are wordy songs. There's a lot of lyrics to it. However, they are well written, very well written lyrically,
poetically, all of it.
Poetically and theologically. They are very
the truth
sound.
of it is, you and I both know that most of the theology that we have gotten over the years in our church has been from the music.
Come from our song.
And because we are a lament to doxology kind of people, we our greatest hits lift up our pain and how God's gonna work it out.
That's right.
And then gratefulness for that. I often use things like nobody knows the trouble I see, but by the time they finished that lyric, they were at glory, hallelujah.
Already.
So, there's a lament, there's a sadness, and yet a doxology, and yet an acknowledgement of the goodness of God, even in the midst of those painful situations that people go through. And I gather there are people today that are kind of going through some pain. You are by yourself, but it's not because you have to be.
That's right. For sure. It's a choice.
And there's a difference between being alone because you just decided that was cool, or being alone because there's no one.
That's right.
And yet there's a need for people of faith to find that gratefulness, even in the midst of it. And not that we've been preaching today, but that whole thanking God for whatever state we're in, because this is the will of God concerning you. They used to bother me. I'm like, why is it God's that I'm going through this? But on the other side of it, you find out why.
Yes.
And so,
other side of it, and if you're keen enough, even in it, you can discover why.
Yep. If you look for it, I've determined that you have to look for it.
Sure.
I told you, I've kind of been in pain for the last month and a half. But what it's made me do is allow people to help, which is not my MO.
Wow.
And it's a struggle for me.
Wow.
And so God is doing that in the middle of it. God is making me learn how to say yes and thank you.
Wow.
Because someone is offering to help.
Wow.
Because I am typically the no, I got it. And I don't have it. So I need it. And if God does nothing for me in this, other than the healing that I know is coming, God has taught me that you really will live if somebody does something for you.
Wow.
And grateful that there are those who desire to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And interestingly too, when it comes to God's help and how even the working of God in our lives, majority of the times, it's other people's hands and other people's yes that God uses to help our lives.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely.
And that makes, that's the dual level of thankfulness, thanking God, of course, because he does it, but thankful for those around us and with us.
Yes.
That actually reach in, that pitch in, that help out too.
Yes, and being at a new parish and just the outpouring of love has been amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. And so I'm very, very grateful. So that's why I said so many layers of gratefulness.
That's right. That's right. And all you got to do is, because people don't realize it. I kind of earlier in the week, my idea was about, literally making a list of, because most of the time we're so engaged in how we're living and what is happening now, we don't consider, the gratefulness inserts of gratefulness on our journey. But when we think, we gotta thank, because all along the way.
I like that. When we think,
yes, man,
we gotta thank.
We gotta thank, because all along the way, God has been doing. God is
when I think of the goodness, that's that. When I think of the goodness,
there it is.
My soul cries out hallelujah. When I think about it, I gotta thank.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it
I like
is.
that.
And that's what the songs, where you started at a few moments, that's what the songs do. They actually are the tune-up for our thinking, so that we can consider, so that we can look back, so that we can look at and see all of the ways that we should be thankful.
I not that this was on our list, but I am in my mind, I go to Psalm 8. When I think of the heavens, the moon and the stars thou has ordained, what is man that thou art mindful of him?
Wow.
Son of man that thou visitest him.
Little old me.
Me? I matter.
To him, to God.
God. To the great I am.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
That
and
is
that
really,
doesn't make you thankful.
That is really, really something.
So what's some of your favorite thank you songs? We don't have to stay gospel.
Okay. Let me say this, and you tell me how we'll do this. Did you have to preach at church today?
No, I did not have to preach.
You did not have to. Okay.
Another preacher, I just had to worship lead. Okay,
so because I was going to get that part first if you did preach before we go into that. But so thank you songs. Let me think. There's I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember who the artist is. The song just simply says thank you. Alanis Morissette, maybe it is. This is from the 90s. And I just remember just her chorus, that how she goes out with the thank you piece on it. That's from my secular stash of thank you songs.
It is Alanis Morissette.
Okay. And I literally, when you started talking about thank you songs a few minutes ago, her thank you song came into my mind.
And she says thank you for even the bad. Yeah.
Yes. And that one, that it literally just slipped in over me too. So interesting on that. But let me tell you, in terms of music, the thank you part that I actually am really, really into, because I like live music. I love going to hear and see people live and things. And the way that the artist or whoever it is gets to do the appreciation of all of their band members. How they call them out, and it's necessarily, they don't always say thank you in that sense, but when they're doing that, when they're calling them out, it is the audience's opportunity to show our appreciation for who they are. But another one of my thank you songs, and this came up, is it just thank you for letting me be myself.
That one right there.
And that is a personal theme song for me.
Listen.
Because
Sly Family Stone.
That's right, Sly Stone. That's right. Because for me, even though I'm a preacher, I come up in a very traditional setting. I've been around old school, all of that. I'm just not like all of what I've come up under. I'm not like all other preachers that that have raised me and had some part in contributing to who I am and what my ministry is. I am who I am and I love who I am, and I'm authentically who I am. And so when it comes to that song, thank you for letting me be myself. That's again, yes. That's really it for me. That is it for me. What about you? What are some of your?
When I think about gratitude songs, and I guess some songs I don't think that they necessarily say thank you. But, I'm a sitcom girl, so I was growing up. So there's always that Golden Girls thing.
I knew that's where you was going.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. But I also think of Alicia Myers back in the day. I'm dating myself. I want to thank you.
Yeah, Heavenly Father. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So let me say this too now, because this audience here on Love and Stuff is a varied audience in terms of age, in terms of things like that. So some of them may not know how that Golden Girls theme song actually go. Are there a couple of bars of that you can do so they can get caught up on where that is? I'm just asking.
It's in syndication, so they can listen to it if they want to. But
well, they can find it. That's right.
Thank you for being a friend.
That's
travel down the road and back
again.
Your heart is true. Yeah. You're a pal and a confidant.
All right.
And if you threw a party and invited everyone,
wow,
you would see the biggest gift would be from me.
Yeah.
And the heart attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
Yes.
That was just the cutest little song. And it's kind of morphed into more than that. I mean, it's being sampled and
yes.
And Betty White's Long Life helped with that.
Sure, that's right.
That's the icon, and
that's right,
across all ages. So
yeah.
But there are.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
But songs that say thank you without necessarily saying thank you. I think about songs like, love songs that talk about just being grateful for people being in their lives.
Yes.
And like I think of even current songs or more current songs like You're the Best Part. That's a grateful song. Right. I'm grateful that you're all of those things. And if life was a movie, then you're the best part.
Yeah.
And I think that's a song that lets a person know that you're really just grateful for them being in your life. And so we think about songs like that. We could run the gamut on the gospel side all day long. I named 4 already, but
But let me say this to the last part of what you just said, because many times, with having people close to you, it can be easy to take people for granted.
Absolutely.
And I don't remember who I don't remember the philosopher who said it, though, that familiarity breeds contempt. That Absolutely. The longer you're around somebody, the closer you are to them, Absolutely. The easier it is not to recognize and be grateful for them. So yes, so those songs that come in and remind us to remember the people that are close and important to us, love those songs.
I think probably the 2 strongest emotional songs that are really about gratitude, that are kind of classics now, are Celine Dion's Because You Love Me. I'm everything I am because you love me. Yes. That's gratitude.
Yes.
And then Bette Midler's The Wind Beneath My Wings. And she ends it with, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank God for you. The wind beneath my wings.
Yeah. That's a good one. I didn't even think about that.
They're classic songs that
definitely
that make you know that there is gratefulness for that person, no matter who they are, whether it's a relationship that's a romantic relationship or more than anything with those situations, people who stood by you and been there for you, that you're able to say to them, I'm really grateful. I'm this because you love me enough to let me be myself again. It's like,
And which says to us, which proves and demonstrates Thanksgiving cannot be relegated to one calendar day, 1 month out of each year, because properly put and rightly understood, every day we got something to be thankful for. If somebody's with us and in our lives, every day we got something to be thankful for. If we get up in the morning, every day is a day to be thankful for.
And I think of, just to change genres, Bob Marley reminded us about the very deep things we have to be thankful for.
Wow.
And to give praise, to thank God, and to thank, those who are in the fight.
Yes.
To just be grateful for those who are in the fight.
Yes.
Wow. And so those kinds of songs make you stop and really think about what just like you said, not looking beyond things because they're so commonplace. That again, that familiarity will breed contempt, that you can, it's like Alice Walker says, I think the guy gets, she's just pissed off, but she says, I think the guy gets angry when you pass the color purple and you don't pay attention to it. Because the color purple, especially in a field, is a combination of two primary colors that came up out of the ground.
Wow.
How do you that merged and created this flower that is purple?
Wow.
When you think about purples and greens and things that are not primary colors,
That's right.
But they come in there in a natural space. Those kinds of things are things to stop. We want to stop and smell the coffee, forget the coffee, stop and look at the magnificence of what God does and what God is doing and what God has done.
Wow.
And no matter what your great faith understanding is or what your great faith belief is, at the end of the day, this all comes from someone.
That's exactly right.
There's some entity greater than each of us.
Wow.
That this comes now, I ain't talking about God, Jesus, Holy Spirit all day long, but for some, their thoughts spiritually. One thing I learned in world religion studies is this: at the end of the day, there are two things that are constant, except in Taoism. Taoism doesn't believe in a supreme being.
Right.
There are two things that are constant: a supreme being and love. They're always there. And so being grateful for that there is a supreme being, a creator that everyone can agree is the creator. And then that love is the ligament. That's the tie that keeps it all together, keeps it all from falling apart. And I struggle in this time with the lack of love that I see.
Wow.
And the glory in the lack of love.
Wow.
The excitement about being hateful. It breaks my heart. And I wonder today, what do those who have been living in that mindset, what do they stop and think for? Is this just a day off for you to take a break from hate language?
Wow.
To tomorrow?
Wow.
So.
Interestingly, with that too, is, to my mind, and this is part of what I'll talk about later, thankfulness is a byproduct of love. And so with what you're saying too, the reason, the coldness, the hardness, what all of those other things, and unthankfulness, the thanklessness, Because the love has grown cold too.
Yeah, it has
The love has literally
grown
cold.
Mhm.
It has.
Yeah. And that's so hard. You know, and when you said that it's grown cold, you know, temptations just jumped in my head. Your love is grown cold. Is that the Temptations or the Four Times? Help me. But
I think it's Temptation.
I think it's Tim's.
Yeah, I think that's the Detroit boys.
Yeah.
The Motown sound.
But that the concept of love grown cold.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. That's a lot right there.
Yeah. And what is one of the hallmarks of our times, which is entitlement.
Yes.
It's centered in those two ideas right there.
Yes.
A cold love and a thankless heart.
Yes.
Because you think people are supposed to do something for you. You expect
absolutely
this to happen this way. And if it doesn't, it's not something wrong with you, something wrong with everybody else.
Everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, sometimes I wonder if there is an understanding that this entitlement mindset is setting a foundation for a whole generation to live their lives.
Wow. Wow.
It's greater than any, you know, political moment or who's in office. It's become the cement block for what people are building their life homes on.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
And that's scary to me.
It is.
That altruism, which is how, first of all, you can't be grateful unless you can care about somebody else.
That's right. Absolutely.
So if altruism, if love is grown cold and altruism is out the door, then is thank you just marketplace?
Wow. Wow.
Are we life consumers now? Where if you don't do for me, then you don't have any value.
Wow.
And I think we have to be really, really careful that we don't allow media, social media, and the world to teach our young, and I'm not just talking about babies and teenagers, I'm talking about young adults who have been in the house for 3 years, have been trumped for 5, 6 now. What has happened to their sense of values or lack thereof?
Wow.
And how have we played into it? Because it's easier to play into it than it is to combat it. So when we look at why people are grateful, often people are grateful for things.
That's right.
People aren't grateful for the being.
And that's what the culture teaches. That's what the culture promotes. That having is the importance of being.
Winning, being one up on somebody else.
Yes.
You know, here's my get in trouble moment. It's a reach back to the foundational issues that brought people here in the first place. So it's really just the chickens coming home to roost.
Literally that.
Because the reason people came was for selfish reasons.
Yeah.
The reason people came was for material reasons.
Yeah.
The reason people came was so that no one could tell them anything.
That's right.
And they called that freedom. And how free is it when you can't care for anyone else unless you know what they're going to do for you?
Wow.
I didn't intend to get this deep on that, but that just, it kind of hit me.
But
when you said love has grown cold, that just hit me that way.
And what is happening though, where the reason we're not just as low as we are, have descended this far and continue to descend and decline as a culture, because people don't think at this level.
No.
People stay on the surface.
They don't care.
And certainly then the decline.
And so so that's the fight for us, who are these hopelessly hopeful.
Right.
That can say, you know, those of us who mount pulpits, those of us who have programming that we are consistently trying to encourage people.
Yeah.
That's the fight for us, is to not be discouraged by the climate.
Wow.
And to choose to be thermostats and not thermometers.
And we don't see.
No, because we're too busy going along to get along. Mediocrity. Here's the thing. I'm gonna pull a Bible story out. Lot negotiated to go to a little place called Zoar.
Right.
And in doing so, Lot allowed mediocrity to be the pinnacle for his daughters.
Yeah.
So when they reached under that pinnacle, they went to diabolical means to make sure that the bloodline continued.
Wow.
You know, so I often wonder, do we really understand that when we say, I'm not going to deal with that, or I don't need to talk about that, or I don't feel like confronting that. When we say that and we say it over and over and over again, what are we really doing? What are we really doing when we say they'll be all right, let that go, but then they're not all right? You know, so I find that gratefulness is something that we consider an ongoing thing.
Sure.
But many consider it ad hoc. I'm grateful for that, but I don't need you for that. And so it brings us to a place where we are segmented enough, divided enough, not even quite divided, just detached enough so that mess can get in the middle.
Wow. And it's crazy in the sense, especially if and when, having and getting is what the goal is for somebody. I'm gonna pull an old Michael Fletcher out.
Yeah.
Michael Fletcher says, and it's 100% true. It's verified. Michael Fletcher says, thank you makes room for more.
It does.
And so if that's what, it is for you, self-serving, even if it is, but just to have the gratitude, just to express the gratitude, just to say the thank you, to have that thankfulness, actually, creates an environment for you to have more, to prosper even more, if I can say it that way.
That kind of authenticity is missing.
Certainly.
In our culture.
Certainly.
Because there's always got to be an angle. I remember the movie Major Payne. And Tiger, the character, the young boy Tiger, comes up and hugs him and says, I love you, Major Payne. And Major Payne flips him around and catches him in a headlock and said, what's your angle, boy? Because we're not used to
Wow.
people caring genuinely
Wow.
for the authenticity
That's right.
of care, because the authenticity of care leads us right back to gratefulness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And without authenticity, gratefulness is customary, and it is something that we are taught to do as a social convention, but it doesn't come from the heart.
Mm. Mm. That reminds me of a experience I had with my father one time, an exchange I had with my father. My brother and me wanting to do something. Father didn't live with us. And so my brother, who's older than I, 15 months old, put me up to call daddy to ask for the resources to be able to do it. And I called him, and I don't remember, of course, I was a young teenager at the time, if or how I actually greeted him. But if I did greet him, very shortly after that, probably in the same breath, was me asking for whatever it was, the money that I was asking for.
Yeah.
I'll never forget Daddy's response to me. He say, "Boy, do y'all always have to be calling just asking for something?" He say, "Can you just sometimes call to see how I'm doing?" And I'm relating that to what you're just talking about, because, the gratitude out of what he always did for us was completely absent in the call. Because honestly, I cannot recall how and if I thanked him when he did do things. Excited about it, yes, glad to receive it, all of that.
Cursory.
Exactly.
That cursory, thank you.
Exactly.
But without real understanding of what that sacrifice is. And I think that often it is a peril of being young.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's generational. I just think it's being young.
Yeah.
And not taking into consideration what it may take for those people to do for you.
Yeah.
What it is they do.
Yeah.
And it takes being grown enough to have to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah.
For you to recognize what it took. I often think about all the things I know, and I was a pretty grateful kid.
Yeah.
All the things I know my mother sacrificed to make sure I had.
Yeah.
And yet, I'm not sure I was real conscious of it in my youth, but as the tables have turned, while I have no biological children, I still have those that I am connected to. When you are giving, and you don't always feel like they get, you realize that you didn't always get it either.
Yeah.
But it now you understand the pain of those who gave with no gratitude.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And the other spin with me in this, not even realizing, because there are friends of mine down the street, they didn't even know who their father was. Not only did their fathers not live with them, they didn't even know who their fathers were. And not even having the presence of mind, and again, because of youth, likely, that just the fact that I had my dad, that I could call him when I got ready to, that he called me, and it just wasn't there. But the time came, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, when all of those realities actually set in, and the kind of acknowledgement that I made about my father, it finally settled in on me. I reached it.
And that anger that we push back, Because while you have people down the street who didn't have a father at all, you also have people who had a nuclear family.
Yeah, that's true too.
And that made you, I know for me, I was raised by a single parent.
Yeah.
And while I had an amazing, and still do have an amazing
Sure.
extended family, there are just those days where you I recognized as a youngster that it was just me and mom for real. And I guess that becomes a struggle because with mom being gone, now I realize there are days I wake up and it's just me. There may be people around me, there may be people that I'm family with, but as far as nuclear family is concerned, all I have is me.
That's right.
And that's rough sometimes.
Yeah.
I could get past it quickly, but in those recesses of my mind, when I think about if someone said, get your immediate family, my name doesn't come up because it's not considered immediate unless you've given permission, just little things like that.
That's right. That's right.
That you begin to understand that,
yeah,
you can relate, you can be, again, altruistic, empathetic with those people who struggle daily with that feeling of alone.
Wow.
Wow. Siblings, but we don't share a mama. So those are always siblings, but and so it's gratefulness literally keeps my sanity.
Wow.
Gratefulness literally.
That's something right there. You as the late Dr. Frederick Sampson used to say, I think you said something there. I think you said something.
Because if I do not, here's how I live. If I can't find grateful in a situation, if I can't find a way to be grateful for, then I'm left with only the disdain, the despair.
Oh, wow.
And I believe that, it's like I told the church today, that it's been dreary here. It's been raining all day. But there ought to be sunshine in your soul.
Wow.
And the sunshine that is in our soul has to be our gratefulness.
Sure.
Because that kind of light dispels darkness every time.
Yeah. That's when I think.
Yeah, when I think, I think. That's why I said I like that. When I think, I think.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, because it's just too hard to do otherwise. All right, let's go back and let's go to the gospel side. Let's go.
Okay, because that, I will tell you where that just took me. That just took me to Andre Crouch.
How can I say
thanks? There you go. For all the things you've done for me.
Yes.
Things so undeserved.
Yet you choose.
You
gave to
prove your love for me. There it is.
The voices of a million angels cannot.
Not even a celestial, not even a celestial expression.
All that I am or ever hope to be.
Yeah. And thank you's not in the song.
No.
But it is a gratefulness. It's a thankfulness song.
Yeah.
Through and through and through.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, and it places the gratefulness in the right place.
Wow.
Because often we'll be grateful to God about what God has done, but it becomes about us.
See. And that goes to my mind, to this self-made category that people have. That he's a self-made this or self-made that.
She talked about that today. She said that today. She said exactly that.
Is that right?
Yeah, she said, we're always talking about, I did this, I did that, or I've been, without shifting and saying, I was able to do that by the help.
And I'm what the thing to that is that has got to be the loneliest sorority or fraternity in the world.
Me.
If it's self-made, because you're the only one in it. You're the only one who is there.
That's good. You're the
That's a
only
lonely
one.
place.
It's it's a self-inflicted loneliness.
It is. It is that. It is that. People choose that for themselves. You are absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's why I tend to have issues with people who are arrogant, because I feel like the Bible clearly says, what do you have that you've not been given? And if you've been given it, why do you boast?
Wow.
I'm gonna find the scripture so somebody can say, where is that?
Yeah, they need to hear that one. They need to be able to,
Yeah,
to
what do you
locate
have
that
that you've
reference.
not been given? And if you've been given it, why do you boast?
Oh my God. Isn't that something?
Yeah,
Wow.
that you have not been, yeah, there we go. What do you have that you have not received? 1 Corinthians 4
Okay. Okay.
and 7. What makes you superior? What do you have that you did not receive? And if you did receive it, why do you boast as though you did not?
My. That reminds me of part of the grace that we used to say. It's not the original prayer that we use, but this phrase came, I don't even know where we learned it. We're thanking for the food, but then this part that says, and by his hands we must be fed.
Fed, right.
The acknowledges, well, yeah, daddy worked and brought the money home. But yeah, mama went shopping and brought the food in and cooked it.
Give us this day.
But without God's hand, none of that possible.
Give us this day our daily
There
bread.
it is.
Whatever it is
Yes.
that we have, God did it. It may not be what we want. That's so ironic that, we were just talking about how because of the circumstances, it's just not the way we wanted Thanksgiving to be. But whatever it is, we didn't do it anyway.
Wow. Wow.
Sure, and the same God that provided this will provide again.
Yeah. Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Yeah, but that 2 Corinthians 4:7 is real.
That
like,
is
what
good.
you have not received. And that helps us.
Yeah.
My mom used to tell me every day, to whom much is given, much is required. I'm telling you, also required every single day of my life. I don't remember, it may not have been every day, but I remember we got in here. And it was kind of that mindset, although that's biblical too, that what you don't have anything you have not received. And if you received it, then you don't get to boast about it.
Wow.
And if you can't boast about it, then you need to be grateful, because to whom much is given.
Certainly. And the fact that it's given means that thankfulness has got to be your daily bread.
It's got to be your foundation.
It's got to be that.
It's got to be foundational. And
absolutely,
I don't understand the ungrateful. I struggle with those who are ungrateful and who may be grateful, but don't express gratefulness. I struggle with that.
Wow.
And I don't understand
it. And one of the songs now that comes to mind in this context, because it doesn't just tell us what we ought to be, it tells what the condition of our heart ought to be too.
Yeah.
Give thanks with a grateful heart.
Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy One. Give thanks for he has given Jesus Christ.
Yes, Lord.
And so because that happens, then now the weak can say I'm strong.
That's right.
The poor can say I'm rich.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because of what he's done for us.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Now, my pastorate in Kansas, that song really was, that was my undergirding expression. And I don't know why, maybe it was the context. I was the only African-American pastor in an all-white church, living in an all-white community, extremely rural community. Properly put, country with a K.
Bless.
I don't know if it was the circumstance, or I don't know if in terms of understanding what God was actually doing in that. And sometime or other, I'll have to talk about how that all worked out. But the fact that he kept me in the situation, the fact that he, and I have to say, protected me in the situation. The fact that he even placed me in the situation, an indication that he was doing something obviously it hadn't been done before. And to acknowledge that song, it really is what not just ministered to me, but centered me in my ministry there in South Haven, Kansas.
I'm a Kurt Carr fan. And Kurt Carr is really good about putting things in thankfulness.
Okay.
I think probably the strongest song of his that most people will all know is For Every Mountain.
Oh yeah.
And it starts with, I've got so much to thank God.
Yes.
You know, you start there.
That's right.
You know, and For Every Mountain it's just powerful.
Yeah.
Powerful for those kinds of reasons.
Wow.
That it speaks to, you know, just taking a look, stepping back away from your life and looking at it and saying, I could hang out over here and all the stuff that's wrong right now. I could, but I choose not to.
Wow.
I choose, as a preacher, that was her sermon title this morning, choosing to be thankful. Choosing to be thankful, even in the middle of it.
Wow.
No matter what it is, choosing to be thankful. That it's a choice.
It is that.
It's a choice. It's the difference between mood and attitude, she said. Our mood will make it difficult for us to be grateful. But if we have an attitude of gratitude, then choose to be thankful.
Wow. Because mood is circumstantial. It's about what is happening around you.
It is taking the temperature. It is thermometer.
There it is.
But an attitude of gratitude is a thermostat. It sets.
There it is. It's volitional.
Yeah.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So when I think about that, but then of course, staying with cards, he got that. He's got a song that most people will not know, but it's called I've Got So Much to Thank God For. It's just, you know, beautiful. He is the, you know, he redoes Be Grateful, which is a Walter Hawkins song.
Oh, yes, Lord.
And Be Grateful puts things in perspective.
It
because
does.
He says from the gate, from the jump, God has not promised you sunshine.
Wow.
You know, God's not promised you, because a little rain mixed with the sunshine, a little pain helps me appreciate
That's it.
the good time.
That's it.
And I think that's the greatest dilemma of this age, that no one wants to hurt. No one wants to hurt. No one wants to have things not go their way.
Wow.
But there's so much growth in struggle.
Yeah.
And just because we struggle does not make it a mental health issue. Struggle is like training, is life training. It builds the muscle of faith. It builds the muscle of dependence on God.
Yeah.
So we can't have it if it's always good times.
Wow.
Then it's like the Andre Crouch song, Through It All. How do you know? So you got to thank God for your mountains, and thank God for your valleys, and thank God for the storms He's brought you through.
That's right.
Because if you never had a problem, you wouldn't know that God could solve them.
My. I'm tell you what you kicked me back to when you brought up Walter Hawkins. You brought me back to that. He keeps doing great things for me.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, again, we as a people, our culture tends to be lament to doxology. We like to, you know, we dwell on the struggle and how God gets us out the struggle. But the other thing we do very well is say thank you.
And with that, because I wanted to speak to that earlier when you mentioned that too. That's the blues.
Oh yeah,
that's the blues.
That's the blues and jazz. Because jazz is the riffing on that.
There
Yeah.
it is.
So that's blues and jazz as it converges with our faith. Yeah.
And one of the things I've been wanting to write on for the past few years is this ethos and this pathos, what you're just describing about our people, but its connection to the psalmist. And how, for me personally, he's got to be a brother. The psalmist got to be a brother.
All of them. I'm telling you, it's
right.
I did a paper in seminary, which was that paper from Lament to Doxology.
Okay.
And the Psalms are what I used. And so when you look at the Psalms and how the Psalms line up with the music of the Black church, it's amazing.
I'm telling you.
I'll share it with you. I still have
I'd love to see that.
I was able to present it at the American Academy of Religion, but it was back, some 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
It was the point that we see the Psalms as meaningful for our lives because we get it.
Absolutely. So we get it. We feel it. We live it.
We live it.
We absolutely do. Yes, indeed.
We get them for what.
We
get those songs and telling God, aren't you God? If you God, then we get that.
Wow. And then to cast me not away from thy presence.
Yeah.
Don't take your Holy Spirit from me.
Right.
Absolutely. Create in me a clean heart.
I know I'm a mess.
Literally that. That's us. That is us. That is us. And I'm saying it again, the psalmist got to be us.
Yeah. Well, I know that the sons of Korah are.
Yes. And in terms of lineage, genealogically, the psalmist is. David is.
Yeah. I'm saying all of them. So David.
Yes. I got you.
Asaph is,
I got you.
Yeah. So, and that's just because so many people think David is the only psalmist, but David is not.
He is not.
Listen, Psalms are really just the top 150. We got the top 100.
That's right.
And the top 150.
That's it. That's good.
Yeah, and with an anthology in the middle at 119. It's just it's a Stevie Wonder
the flagpole in the center. Yes.
Yeah. So but not to get too heavy, Brueggemann says that there are like really 3 kinds of songs, 4 maybe. Mm-hmm. Those of orientation. Mm-hmm. Those of disorientation, and those of new orientation. So what it is and what it isn't, like, God, what are you doing? And then new orientation that says, I know you let all this happen, but you're still God.
Wow. Yeah.
And intermittent in all of that are those Thanksgiving and the laments and all of that, but orientation, disorientation. And new orientation. Yeah.
Wow.
He's pretty. He's a brother of a Jewish man. He's still alive, praise God. And he is.
Brueggemann still alive?
His name is Walter Brueggemann. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He
really?
is one of the foremost authorities on Old Testament.
Okay.
He's fun to watch. Just YouTube him. If you want a lesson for the day, he's fun. He's not boring. So
we read him when I was an undergraduate. So very familiar with him.
Yeah. It's so as I know we're coming to the end of our hour, but
we are.
Just as we think of those songs that just keep us, those gratefulness songs that keep us, and then, just that simple, thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you.
Yes, indeed.
You've been so good.
Yes, indeed.
You made a way. You brought me out. Saved my soul. Made me whole. Like I've known times when there were multiple verses of thank you, Lord, that I maybe never heard anyone sing.
Right.
But if it fits the cadence, if it fits the meter,
Sure.
then, you know.
Wow.
And gratefulness is the key to our wholeness. And if we can stay grateful, then we can right some of these wrongs. Because there's a lot out here to do. There's a lot to do.
Certainly so.
I'm grateful for you. You're in the schools every day and dropping, as they say, gems on young people that allow them to think so they can think. And far too many of us are not in positions with the young where they think about what we say. They would rather be combative.
Yeah.
And because we don't know nothing, we don't know nothing.
Yeah.
We ain't been through nothing. We don't know nothing.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that we're always, perfectly correct, but just being able to sit at the feet of the wisdom is something to be grateful for. I'm grateful for the wisdom. You mentioned Reverend Sampson earlier. I'm grateful for Frederick.
Oh God, oh God, oh God.
I am so grateful for him. I'm grateful for Roy A. Allen. I'm grateful for my granddaddy. I promise I am.
Yeah.
And those words, those gems of wisdom that don't leave you.
That's right. That's right. They actually become building blocks.
Absolutely.
For who we are. No, they don't
Absolutely.
leave us at all. It becomes us. It becomes
right.
us.
Right. It morphs into our existence and becomes the tools by which we can reach and use as we move forward.
Wow. Wow. And you have to be grateful for that. Dr. Harry, that's right. You said it this way. He says, your exposure indebts you. And what he's talking about is, there are great people all around. You don't get to know all of them, but you do get to know some of them. And when
whoever you get to know,
there you go. To who you get to know, you are indebted because of that exposure.
Because you cannot. Here's what I used to say to students, even in literature, is that because our interpretation of what we read comes from the fact that we are a sum total of everything we've experienced. I cannot detach my experiences from my interpretation because it's in there.
That's right. That's right. All right, brother Kamal's coming in here.
Oh, good.
Because it's his time, and I'm admitting him. This kind of went fast, Dr. V. Brother Kamal. How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving, young man. His audio is connected.
He is coming right now.
All right. Hey, brother, how you doing, man?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Hey,
can you see me now?
All right.
Hey.
How are you?
Thanksgiving to you.
Grateful. Happy Thanksgiving to you. I'm
Happy
being greeted by two
pastors. Your family, I said.
That's right. That's right. We've had a pretty good time on here, Doc. You ready to go? We gonna turn it over to you.
This is one of those days when you say, I don't know if I want to follow you.
Well, look, I gotta follow you. I'm coming right back after this.
It's football time, so let's move. And some people grateful for football because that
means the Lions just lost. The Lions just lost. So
they excited people over the weekend and then blew it today.
Yeah, they just blew it by 3 points.
Well, it was a good game coming down.
It was. I
was traveling and got solid and got to see the second half, pretty much all the second half, until the weather broke in and they didn't want to go back to the game. I guess they don't respect the Lions down in Houston.
Wow.
So I didn't get to see the end. So I'm trying to find the Dallas game down here so I can start working through that one. Talking to the beautiful people out there.
All right. Come out. Good to see you.
You as well. I'll let everybody know.
Day.
Thank you. Happy holidays and happy Thanksgiving. I'm pretty sure I'll see you soon. Pastor Edna and Pastor Williams, I will be bringing you back in really soon.
All right. Blessings on you, man.
Blessings.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, everybody. Good afternoon. I see Mr. Holmes is there, but not quite here. So we're going to still say hello to him. And happy Thanksgiving to everyone out here on this Love and Stuff edition of Friendsgiving. I am lucky to be here with my family. We are in the Houston area, right around Katy, Texas, to be exact. And we traveled down this morning, and now we are here to hang out with some family. One of our cousins is turning 1 year old, and we are here to celebrate him and being the great young man he's going to be, and put some blessings upon his life. And exciting. Always like traveling down to the Houston area. This is a great place to be. I do like this area an awful lot. I couldn't live down here because I would never have any money. It's that kind of a city where no matter what's going on, there's something going on. So you got to be careful not to want to go and spend up all your money everywhere and anywhere just because it's there. There's a great food scene here. There's a great a young adult activity area here. So you want to be careful as to what you're doing and how you're doing it down here, because you can easily find yourself on Skid Row just trying to go to the Turkey Hut once a week. One of my favorite stops down here. One of my favorite places to go and spend time and money. I am in, like I said, we traveled down this morning, and we want to thank God for safe travels. What I'm doing, I'm trying to set my scene here. So I guess that doesn't close. So I'll close this side over here. There we go. So I can get plugged in, so I won't run out of juice on my phone, and get solid and sit down so I can talk to you wonderful people. And first of all, wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, because I know we are cross platforms. Once again, like we always do on Facebook and Twitter and Twitch and LinkedIn, and where else are we? Any other place that we are. We want to say thank you for joining us for our the Love and Stuff edition of Friendsgiving. This is my third year doing this, and I'm glad to be invited back again by the good Mr. Marcus Holmes, he hosts the flagship show, Love and Stuff, Tuesday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. And he was gracious enough to ask me to do a show with with Felix. We do that every other Saturday. It's called Sports Talk with Kamau and Felix. We will be doing it this Saturday, previewing the upcoming Ohio State versus Michigan game in Columbus this year. And that looks to be a rock 'em stock 'em great game. Of course, we got the weather for being in November. And we have, of course, down the season, some people that are a little banged up going to the game. So a couple factors that'll get things, make the game a little bit more interesting. So we're looking forward to talking about that. We're talking about some NBA things. We do have a couple polls that we have listed for everyone to come and take a look at. So if you have an opportunity, go to our page, the page on Facebook, to vote on the polls. And we'll be glad to have you do that. Glad to have you, there we go. Glad to have you participate in our pre-show production as we get prepared to go and host our show on Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central. And it is very exciting to be able to do this every day. And I'm just very glad to be able to do this. And just grateful, honestly. Marcus talks about his gratefulness journey. He has that every day that he does. I think those are Friday mornings at noon or 11 a.m. Eastern. He does that. So that's also part of our Love and Stuff diaspora. And just want to say thank you. I hope everyone's having a great Thanksgiving so far. And I want to start off with a prayer. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this wonderful day. No matter where you are, we want to be thankful for having family, friends, hopefully a good meal, or if you just want to be left alone, that's good too. Because sometimes in this time of year, people may not necessarily want to be reminded of what's going on around, so they want to be a little isolated. So we want to make sure we support them as well. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for those hands that prepare the food that we're going to eat today. And we just want to be thankful for everything that we have health, wealth, and strength. We ask that we continue to move forward in a positive manner. We ask that starts in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. I'm going to try to put a little sports spin on this today. We're going to start, of course, with the Lions going into overtime. 28-25, I want to say the score was, that they lost to Buffalo. I actually thought it was going to be more than that, but we're glad to see that the Lions did make a good showing. Everyone around the country always says, why is the Lions on Thanksgiving Day every year, and why don't they rotate it around? Well, we every year we talk about how we were the only team that wanted to host it back when it was in Tiger Stadium, even before it was even called Tiger Stadium. I forget the name of what they called it before that. But before it was even Tiger Stadium, the Lions hosted the noon game every year, no matter what. And then Cowboys picked it up for the later game a few years down the line, and now they rotated through everyone else on Thanksgiving for the regular Thursday night game. But Detroit always takes the first game and somebody comes in town. This year it was an AFC team with the Buffalo Bills. They look good. They look very good. Both teams look very good today. Of course, some mistakes make the difference in games like this when you have had a few turnovers and a sack, and not a sack, but a safety down the stretch. So both teams are much improved. The Lions are definitely much improved over the last 4 to 6 weeks, and they are. I thought they were going to win more than 5 games. I think they are at 5 games right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. And but they're looking like a team. I was worried that they weren't going to do very well, and then they didn't start very well. Played some close games where they could have won, they should have won, with a few different decisions here or there. But it's a learning experience for everybody. But in my opinion, when you're at that level, there is not much room for margin for error. When you get paid the big bucks like that, you're supposed to produce. And I know that Sheila Ford Hampton came out and said that this year was supposed to be a teardown. That before this was a teardown leading to a rebuild, not necessarily a rebuild. And she does still want to see more improvement. And it seemed like right after that is when they started playing. It was almost like you can't tell grown men not to win. And it was like, well, no, this isn't a teardown. This is my livelihood. This is what I want to do. And so we're going to do our best to win. It seemed like it's what happened right after that. So they've won, I want to say, 4 out of the last 6 after that, or 3 out of the last 5 since then, since that's the midweek speech, a press conference that came out of the blue. So we're glad to see that the Lions have taken the mantle of us, saying, hey, you may think it's a teardown. The players saying that anyway, but not us. We're just going to be keep working towards being a better team. And I'm glad to see that they have done that. The coach has calmed himself a little bit on the sideline, and he's playing the odds a little bit more closer to the vest as opposed to going for it so much more like he did in the past. But I'm glad to see that they are making that improvement. It's no secret that I'm a lifelong Lions fan, and the Lions are like the worst girlfriend you ever want to have, because you can't ever quit her. You stay with her no matter what. She go out and just treat you bad and don't want to do right by you. You think she's gonna improve, and she says she's gonna improve, and yet she still treats you bad. To me, that's the Lions. And anybody who wants a relationship that's stable. We here in Detroit want a stable relationship with our Detroit Lions. It's a meme that's very popular, where they talk about how guys in Detroit are more faithful to the Detroit Lions than they are to their girlfriend. I can see where that's kind of true. Not for me, but for a lot of people out there, they are more faithful to the Lions than they will be to their relationship. But of course, we don't want to talk about the Lions. We want to talk about Thanksgiving. We want to talk about the Cowboys game. And I forget who plays the third game. I'll try and figure that out. I should have had my notes with me for the 7 o'clock game. So we have a game on CBS, Fox, and on Amazon Prime today. And that's just a testament of how popular the league is and how they are able to get TV contracts from CBS, Fox, NBC, ESPN/ABC, and Amazon Prime. That is amazing. That's what, 5 different networks. Amazon Prime is a streaming service, and they're having games every Thursday on a streaming service. I don't know if they have the rights for playoff games, but that is amazing to have games on all of those networks. And that's crazy. That's just outrageous. NBC Sunday Night Football, the game of the week. Fox, every year they have their. They primarily show the NFC games. CBS primarily shows the AFC games. ESPN has Monday Night Football, and as well as I think they have playoff games as well in preseason. And Amazon Prime, that's amazing. There was a time where there was just football on NBC and CBS, and those were the days. And Fox came along, bought the rights, were the first person to buy the rights. No, I'm sorry, ABC. ABC had Monday Night Football and some weekend games, and ABC expanded through ESPN and took Monday Night Football to cable, and which I still think is a travesty. That Monday Night Football can only exclusively be seen on Monday Night Football on ESPN, as long as also with the college football championship games. Those playoff games can only be seen on ESPN. I think that the championship game itself comes on ABC, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that all of the games themselves come on ESPN. So that, to me, that's a travesty to take that away from the quote unquote American public, even though most people have some type of cable or streaming service. There's some who don't, who should still have an opportunity to see those games. But that's another soapbox rant for another day. Today we want to talk about Thanksgiving and what people are possibly eating. I know we are here to visit with family. My little cousin's first birthday is today. We come to celebrate that young man, like I stated earlier, and pour love into him and let him know that he's going to be a great young man. He is a great young man, and his future is going to be quite bright. And we're looking forward to seeing him actually for the first time. I get to see him all the time on Facebook pictures, and he's like just a happy kid. So I'm looking forward to spending time with him and seeing the rest of the family on that side. I know I'm not exactly sure all of the things we're going to have on the menu. I know we're bringing dressing and sweet potato pie. I made homemade rolls, and we brought some cranberry sauce because you can't have dressing without cranberry sauce, and you can't have dressing without gravy. So I'm looking forward to eating at 5:30 our time, 4:30 your time. I'm looking forward to having that good meal. I know there's gonna be a ham, there's gonna be turkey, mac and cheese, salmon, the pies that we brought. I'm not sure about anything else, but that's a good meal right there by itself. I'm looking forward to that exponentially. And then also on Sunday, once we come back to the Dallas area, we're gonna hang with the family we normally have Thanksgiving dinner with, where I'm gonna be smoking then frying a turkey. Honey baked ham, dressing, rolls. Let's see what else. I made homemade ice cream, strawberry ice cream, and what else? Ground potatoes, mashed potatoes, lasagna. What else? We were going to have Brussels sprouts. We were going to change that to green beans, roasted garlic green beans, like snap beans. So I'm looking forward to having the dinner there as well. As you can see, I'm here with my family, and they're enjoying themselves. And my daughter's playing Minecraft. My son is watching videos on his phone. The wife is over there. She's probably on Instagram or TikTok herself, half asleep in and out. And we just spending family time together. The oldest boy is back home. He had to work today, and so you got to work. You got to put those hours in. I was lucky enough to get to Thanksgiving today and tomorrow, quote unquote Black Friday, or Shoppers Friday or Boxing Day, as it's called in Canada. I think Boxing Day is tomorrow, except for tomorrow in Canada. So I'm looking forward to having that day off. It'll be another travel day and another opportunity to go back to Buc-ee's. Bucky's is one of my favorite places on this earth, and only place that I know that makes more money than anybody who never outwardly advertises. I just found out that they had a Facebook page. They don't advertise. Only thing you see them advertise are on the side of the highway when you see a sign, one of those signs on the side of the highway, Bucky's 75 miles, and all and that's I get excited because if I can make it, I'm going to make it. A goal of mine is to try and get to every Bucky's that is made. That is a goal of mine all across the South. There are Bucky's, and they're reaching further and further north. So if I can do that, I'll be really, really happy. They just announced that they're making another Bucky that's going to be the world's largest Bucky's. I want to say it's in Tennessee or Missouri, but I know that they're looking at bringing it up, another one further north. So I'm looking forward to seeing this and going to that one. That's going to be like one of my road trip things once I get a little older and things as the children get a little older as well, to allow us to travel together, more so together. So I'm like going to drive to the Grand Canyon. That's on the list. Driving to see the Mount Rushmore, or at least flying close enough to drive to those destinations, and put Bucky's on the list. I know a lot of people like to try and stop at every Cracker Barrel in America. My goal is to stop at every Bucky's because I love that place. And so I have a picture with my son at the local Bucky's from this morning when we went as we drove through. And I'll make my normal commercial and put it on TikTok like I always. No, I'm sorry, on Snapchat for Bucky's. I think everybody else, people like me who do all the advertising for them because how much we like that place. I don't know what it is about that place. It's a gas station. It's a huge gas station for those who don't. Bucky's is like a truck stop but for gas for cars. Excuse me. And they have about 100 gas pumps in there. They have the cleanest bathroom that you want to go to, and they have food, in particular brisket, chopped brisket, sliced brisket, turkey, pulled pork sandwiches, barbecue in particular. They have fried potato chips and all kinds of good sandwiches. You want to get a hamburger, grilled cheese. They have beef jerky, turkey jerky. I think they have venison jerky, deer jerky or venison jerky. They're famous for their beaver nuggets, which there's different types of candies and stuff. Fresh food, fresh fruit. It is a great place to be, and you can easily spend $45, $50 in there, easily. And you don't even be mad. You go to the grocery store, say, I only got 2 small bags. I spend $60. That's Bucky's, but you don't complain about it. You go in there, you enjoy yourself. You look all over the place. When you're driving, you got a lot of time. Say, okay, if I need to be here by 6 o'clock and I'm leaving by this time, how much time am I going to spend in Bucky's to still get to my destination on time? That's literally what it's like to go to Bucky's. So that's the fun part about doing that. That's the fun part about going to Bucky's and being a participant in their wonderful place. I don't know what it is. There's something about it. That's almost like the Pied Piper. Bucky's is like the Pied Piper for adults. Adults and kids, they have the Bucky, the Bucky stuffed animal. They have the Christmas stuff out now. It is so cute in there. I don't even normally use the word so cute in there, but it is so cute in there just to go in and see all the Bucky stuff that they have up. I actually have a Bucky's about 15 minutes from my house. I live in the city, in Fort Worth, but on the outskirts. And if I take the back roads, I can get to one in literally about 15 minutes. It's by the Texas Motor Speedway. It's literally across the street from the Texas Motor Speedway. Whoever was the planner for that one was one smart cookie, because I know that when they have those races in the spring and summer, they make a ton of money, and it's big enough to host people coming in and get their gas and drive in and get back out, because the NASCAR racetrack is there, and the short track is there also for pickup trucks. So you want to that's also a goal of mine, is to go to an actual NASCAR racing race. And anybody in my age range, 45 to 55, probably will, black or white, Hispanic, don't matter, probably at some point wants to go to a NASCAR. And I thought about why. There used to be a show called The Dukes of Hazzards. The Dukes of Hazzard was a show based in the South. Bo and Luke Duke, and they had their sister on there was Daisy Duke, just like the song. The Daisy Dukes, yeah, she wore the small shorts, and there was Sorrell Brooks played the police chief, Boss Hogg, and the very beginning of the show was about them how they built that car, and that was their way. That was their way of introducing NASCAR to America. Before that, NASCAR was just primarily in the South. There's tracks in Michigan and in Virginia and some other northern states, but primarily NASCAR was a southern thing. And so to watch that show was cool every Friday night. And I'll never forget my dad coming to pick us up. My dad, my brother and I, one Friday for our weekend visitation, and we didn't want to go yet because we wanted to finish watching the Dukes of Hazzard. So my dad's okay. Let me sit down. Wait with you guys and let's see the show. And once he realized that the show was very Southern based, and when I mean Southern based, I mean Southern based as in the South in terms of racist tropes, I should say. When you got the car named the General Lee. And when you're a kid, you don't understand that. I just remember my dad, my mom getting to one of their fun arguments about her letting us watch the Dukes of Hazzard and with all this racial stuff on there with the car named the General Lee. When you 7, 8 years old, you don't understand that those things are those little many things are put into subliminal things are put into the earth, out to the air for people like that. But I didn't understand who General Lee was, what his historical significance was, and why it was that we shouldn't be watching that show. But I love watching it. To me, it was just fun watching those guys get away from Boss Hogg and his other deputy. I can't think of the other deputy's name, and watch them jump over stuff and yell, "Yeehaw, Yahoo!" That was the coolest thing for a little kid from the north. You didn't see stuff like that every day. We had our cars going to Belle Isle and seeing the car show every weekend and seeing the motorcycles being tricked out, but we never saw NASCAR cars like that. That's essentially like today getting a Mustang, and a lot of the NASCARs are like, if you look at them, they're like Mustang based, but they're made in such a way that they are safe to drive on the track. And of course, they've had more and more safety things added to them over the years, so people would have if they have a crash, they could much easier survive them. But it is, of course, that still doesn't make it, to the point where they can't. But that show is still to this day. I will probably sit and watch the Dukes of Hazzard to this day, knowing what I know now. I know what I'm looking at when I see it. But that was a show that was a great influence on me as a kid. So that makes me still to this day want to go to a NASCAR racing event. And one of my first years living here, every year they had the big race at the Motor Speedway, one of the bigger races, and they are on the local TV show at 5 in the morning. I'm getting up and getting ready to go to work. It's literally like 5:30 in the morning, and they're on TV drinking beer, getting interviewed by the local news department. No koozie, no nothing, just Bud Light or whatever it was. And he's proudly showing it on TV, drinking it, and they're interviewing us like three guys. And I remember taking a picture of that, putting on my Facebook page, cracking up, saying only in the South where they allow this open carry, drinking beer, guzzling gentleman on TV with no koozie, and to promote the race. And so that's a lot of fun. We're getting ready for this Dallas game. I think that starts at it's 4:30, 4:29 Eastern, 3:29 my time. I think it does start at 4:30. So they're just about to kick that game off. Cowboys and the Giants, and I'm gonna try my hand at doing a little broadcasting. So I was hoping that the game had extended a little bit longer for the Lions game. I could, talk a little bit, see what I can do to maybe start another career. You never know. I used to commentate the games at Oak Park High School when I taught there, the basketball games, and I would run the clock and state the players that scored and the substitutions and stuff like that, which was a lot of fun. My daughter was literally a baby. I can remember holding her in my arm on one hand and talking, doing the microphone in front of me and pushing the scoreboard and the microphone over the left. And it was just hilarious that she was just so calm. It's just as loud in the gymnasium and everybody's yelling and screaming and going about the game, and the cheerleaders are dancing. They're doing the dance team out there dancing, and she's literally in my arms. No, it wasn't my daughter. It was Junior. He was in my arm, and he was so calm. I'm gonna take a pause for the call. They're doing the national anthem. If you can hear it. All right. Always got to take a pause to be respectful of the national anthem here in America. This gentleman playing his horn just right before the game's going to start. We have the Dallas Cowboys going to be hosting the New York Giants. Coach Dable has led that team to first place in the NFC East. They're playing. This is the NFC East rival game. Cowboys and Giants are rivals because Cowboys, Giants, Redskins, and Eagles. Eagles are in first place, with followed up by the Giants, and then following them are the Cowboys, and then the Commanders in that division. And the Eagles, the Giants, and the Cowboys are both having good seasons, so they're all at this point. If the season would start now, all three of those teams would be in the playoffs. But the only thing is, two of them will probably be wild card teams. And even though they're having great seasons, they will still be at some point possibly being a wild card team. All righty. So I don't know who's out there listening, because I know we're across Facebook, but I don't have an opportunity to actually see who's there. So if you are there, thank you so much for joining us once again for our Love and Stuff version of Friendsgiving, with all of us being literally across the country. Reverend Williams, I think he's in the Detroit area right now. Reverend Edna was just on. She's in Fort Worth, near where I live. We are now in Houston. The full host is Mr. Marcus Holmes. He's in Detroit. Let's see here. We had Christina Smith on earlier. She's in the Detroit area. And so we're just lucky to have, I'm sorry if I missed some names, but I know we're just lucky to have people who are coming together in the name of love and friendship on this Thanksgiving to be here for people who may want to just relax for a second, just sit back and say, hey, it's Thanksgiving, and even if I'm hanging with my family, if I'm not hanging with my family, let's see what they're doing over there in the love and stuff world. And once again, another shameless plug from my show, Saturday Morning Sports Talk with Kamal and Felix. We are Saturday morning. We're going to be live with you, talking about basketball, NBA, college football. Is like the big game, Ohio State and Michigan and Ohio State this year. We're going to be talking about the Heisman as they get ready for that. We're going to talk about where we need to make our correction and apologize. The quarterback for Cleveland is coming back next week. We thought it was going to be last week, but it's going to be next week. He's eligible to practice now, but he will be starting next week. It'll be against Houston. Deshaun Watson will be back playing for the Cleveland. Cleveland, I almost said Cavaliers, the Cleveland Browns. So he'll be back and eligible to play after his serving his 10 or 12 game suspension. I think it's 12 game suspension, and they're looking forward to having him back. I'm a Browns fan just because of the fact that we are as a Lions, they haven't had a lot of success. In all reality, the Cleveland Browns are in Baltimore. The Cleveland Browns that are there now are pretty much an expansion team who's still trying to catch up, in my opinion. The original Browns team went to Baltimore. The owner moved them there, named the team the Ravens. They've won a couple of championships there, none of which they've ever won in Cleveland. And the mayor at the time said, "Hey, if you want to take our team, you take them. You take that team with them, and we're going to keep the Browns name here." And they rallied the NFL to set them up with another team as an expansion team. But they've had some good modicum of success where they brought in Baker Mayfield. They made the playoffs since then, but they haven't gone very far. So that's why I still like them to the Lions. The Lions have been to the playoffs, but they haven't been very far. They probably could have went further the year that they got cheated. Yes, I said cheated by the Dallas Cowboys here in the Dallas here at Dallas. Even on the Houston, they got cheated. The penalty where they literally marked the ball up and then moved it back after Dez Bryant ran on the field and intimidated the referees who did not give him a penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct or run on the field when he wasn't even on the field during the time. He wasn't even on the defense to sub in. But I digress. It's the Dallas Cowboys. What do we expect? Jerry's world. Jerry pays them all. I said it. Yes, I said it. Sometimes you got to have a little controversy. And we got the game going right now. The Giants are playing. Thank you. Playing right now. They just sent a screen pass over to after they ball was kicking through the end zone, and the quarterback that came in without a transfer, Daniel, what's his last name? Then they got Saquon Barkley back, and they're in the pistol playing two wide left with a tight end left, and once again they're stringing them out and dump the ball off to Saquon for a couple yard gain. Pretty good looking play. The Giants are in what I call their Super Bowl whites, the team that they always, the color that I've seen them win the Super Bowl in, the white uniforms with the red socks with the stripe on the side and the red numbers. I think that's a pretty good look for them. It's a classic red, white, and blue American color that you see a lot of teams in, but I think they wear it very, very well. And the Cowboys are wearing the throwback Cowboy jerseys with the white top and the blue, the white on the shoulder, I should say, and the blue on the bottom with not white numbers. And they just threw a pass downfield, and can't see the young man's name on the back. He had a pass that was very close to him picking up, number 86. He outran the defensive back and could have made a play on that after pushing off a little bit. 86 pushed off. Could have been an offensive pass interference, but they didn't call it. Now it's 3rd and 8 with 13:38 left in the first quarter. The Giants are on the 47. They're on 47. They need 8 yards to get to the 45 on the other side. And so once again, in the shotgun, setting up a screen, and Barkley cuts it back, and he's going to be about 2 yards short. The defense is flying around. Van Der Esch made the stop. And Cowboys also wearing the white helmets, those two white helmets with the star on the side and 2 stripes down the middle. And good start to defense. Good start defensively for the Cowboys. And after the Giants got a first down. So this is now they have to punt. Number 6 is out for the Giants, and he's going to punt downfield to, I can't see the number from here, and punts away. Clean punt, and looks like it's going to bounce into the end zone. Ooh. It was just close to bounce, just on the 1 yard line. The Giants could not keep it from going in the end zone, so the the Dallas Cowboys would take over on the 25. The player for the Giants tried to catch it just before it went in bounds, but it slipped off his fingers and into the end zone. And they're off to a commercial. So right now it's still 0-0 in the first quarter for the Cowboys and Giants game. And hey, this sportscasting thing is kind of fun. It's a little difficult to be the color guy and the spotter and the play caller all at the same time. But it's a lot of fun. Guys on high school teams do it all the time. You see them broadcast, and they'll have the local cable station out there, and they'll broadcast the game, and they'll be on the local television, and there'll be one guy in there, and he'll have a spotter in his ear, of course, but he's pretty much going at it by himself. He has the roster for both teams. He's done his homework, and he knows who the players are that they look to feature, and they go for it. So if he can do it, I can too. I'm not quite as studied up ahead of the game. I just thought I would do this kind of freestyle it. Why not? It's a great day to try. If you don't try, you don't know. And I do enjoy talking sports. As you can see, I wouldn't have the sports talk with Kamal and Felix show if I didn't. I know I'm talking a mile a minute, but you can't have any dead space out here on the Zoom. So once again, we want to thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone in the Sports Talk with Felix page, Kamal and Felix page, the Sports Talk, the Love and Stuff video page on Facebook. I know we're on LinkedIn, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, and any other platform I'm missing. Thank you for joining us on any of those platforms on our Love and Stuff edition of Friendsgiving, showing love to those who may need a break, who may not, may or may not have people they want to hang out with, but they still want to come hang with us. And for that, we are thankful. What I'm thankful for this year, I put up a poll on our page. I'll post something before the end of the evening, but I'm thankful for health, wealth, and strength. My family. I'm thankful that I have a job that I'm currently a thousandaire at. Not even thousandaire, 100aire, but I'm working towards being a thousandaire and possibly being, and not possibly, but definitely being a millionaire. I want to be able to leave a legacy for my family when I'm gone. That if they squander it, that's on them. But it's there. I want to at least be there for them to have, and so they won't have to say. I want them to be able to have a footing on this earth where they can take care of themselves and their family, and into their family. I want to leave enough where we can have 4 generations of Williams behind me that can take care of themselves without having to that they can just live off the interest and take care of everything like that. I have a very flatulent person in this room right now, so if you're hearing that noise, you are right. That is what is actually going on, and so he's enjoying himself. He's much like his father, who enjoys a little flatulence and some laughter behind it. Let's get back to the Cowboys. This is their second play of their first drive. They had a first down on the first one. On this one, they did a quick pass to 88 CD Lamb for 8 yards. So they've gained 18 yards so far in this drive. So they thrown a pass, and this time another catch by CD Lamb dropped it. Looks like a good catch. And so now it's going to be 3rd and 1 for the Cowboys coming up. And the Cowboys are in Jerry's World, one of the most beautiful stadiums in the world, I would say. I've been there a few times for college games as well as pro games, and it's a beautiful place. I don't quite see it as a place where, as if you're a Cowboy, that you're going to see it as a home field advantage. It doesn't have that type of feel for me. But don't get me wrong, those Cowboy fans, they are very raucous for their team. But as an outsider looking in, to me as a player, if I'm coming in, it's going every stadium is loud, but some stadiums, just by the build of it, you know that it's going to be a tough place to play. You go to Seattle, walking in the building, the way it's set up, it's a tough place to play. If you go to San Francisco, that's going to be a tough place to play. You go to Vegas, by the way, you walk into a Raiders building that is black. The stadium itself is black and silver. So it's going to be a tough building. Right now it's 4-2. Cowboys are going for it, and they are going to be a little short. They're going to give the ball back to the Giants on 40 yards on the Cowboys 40-yard. They will stop at no gain in the first quarter. So it's 11 minutes, 35 seconds left to go in the first quarter. And they had a great stop. They tried to give the ball to Ezekiel, and Ezekiel got about a half a yard. There was no way that number 54 hopped into the B gap and made a great tackle. He ran up in there pretty tough with the dreads in his head. I don't know the gentleman's name, but he got those red sleeves and the red socks and the red stripes and the white uniform, red numbers for them. Looking good out there for the Giants. And so let's see if the Giants can capitalize. They're back with there's going to be emotion, trips left, tight right, and the ball in the pistol, and bootleg out for the quarterback. And he's going to throw the ball down the field. Ooh, picked up the tight end, who's going to get about 18 yards. Beautifully designed play. With it was sort of like a tight end, bootleg tight end drag for the tight end to come back across the field. And the defensive end, the cornerback, gave him too much time. You got to press the quarterback at that point. You can't just stand here and jump around. You got to go and make a decision and use that sideline as the 13th, as the 12th man to get him out of bounds and credit yourself with the sack. But a smart play by the quarterback, knowing that he wasn't given given a lot of pressure like they really should have, and to get that first down. So right now they're at the 17-yard line, and the Giants have not. They've thrown 5 pass plays in a row. The 6th one, they just got a sack by number 92 of the defense for the Cowboys, and Daniel Jones was sacked for about a 4-yard loss. So right now it's second about 16. Excuse me, second about 16, if not more. No, it's more than that. Yeah, he stepped up in the pocket. It's about second about 17. So we're gonna see what's going to happen here. And I'm enjoying this. This is fun for me. This is normally what I'm talking about in my head as I watch the game. I get to coach both teams and yell and scream at the TV. So at this point, I have an audience to watch me do this. What I do at home and as my kids laugh at me, Dad, they can't hear you. Touchdown, Giants. And this is number 18. Once again, they ran that bootleg to the right out of that same formation, and seemed like they've figured something out. They're rolling away from Micah Parsons. I don't know if he's not playing or not, but he's definitely oh, they're gonna call that back, illegal man downfield. That looks like another one of them homegrown plays that Dallas normally gets. We're gonna watch the replay here to see who that lineman was down the field. And Dabo's right now about to get himself a penalty because they've already told him upstairs that man was not 5 yards down the field. And I'm looking. No. There was no man downfield. There was not a lineman downfield in that play. They are correct. That is a terrible call. There was no legal man downfield, and all the receivers were eligible. And looks like the kids say in high school, nuts and bolts. Giants got screwed, so they're going to throw this roll out again and throw the ball out of bounds. And now it's 3rd down and 22, as they got penalized 5 yards on the previous play for that legal man downfield, which was not there. And they're showing them the play again. They said the play guy was downfield. There was nobody downfield. No one downfield. Oh, that's the last play. I'm sorry. But they just ran the same formation, so it looks like they were showing the previous play. It's 32. They may get a field goal out of this. Let's see if they can put the ball in the end zone or at least get the first down, because they're still eligible to get the first down. Let's see, the ball's on the 34. No, looks like that's not going to happen. We got another flag out. Let's see who's the call on. The way the teams are moving, looks like it might be on the Giants. And while we're waiting on that, let's see. Let's talk more about some Thanksgiving food and eating. Everybody's having a good meal out there. If you are able to list what even though I can't see it right now, I'll go back and respond to our page. Put down some of the foods that you're eating and what you cook, and also what you're glad you're not eating this year. Some people don't eat the chitlins because they don't, because of where the origin of where the food comes from. Some people don't even like turkey, believe it or not. I like turkey. I did go some years without eating ham or any pork. And this is a true story. One year, I hadn't eaten pork for about 4 or 5 years. And I reintroduced myself to pork with, guess what? Chitlins. Oh, yeah. Guess who was sick that night? I was throwing up to the point I had to go to the hospital. I thought I was about to die. It hurt me so bad to eat all them chitlins. It wasn't even a lot. It was just enough, just a couple forkfuls, and it was good too. And I think they call intentional ground. That's what they call. So I guess that was my reintroduction of stupidity. What it was, and I guess I didn't do that again. I'm pretty sure that's the last time I ever had chitlins. Won't ever eat again. I'm not saying I don't eat pork, because I'm not much of a pork eater. I will take out some ribs. I will have myself a pulled pork sandwich, of course, barbecue, and field goes up and good for the Giants. Looks like about what's that, about a 47? Am I right? My eye from here. 44. 44-yard field yard. I wasn't very far. Time. And that is terrible. The Giants got robbed. They got robbed, and they're gonna go back in the field. The NFL is gonna say, we're sorry, that was a bad call, but that's the Jerry Jones call. Jerry Jones is good for getting one of those calls a game. Why? Because they want to keep it interesting, and because pretty much, if you kind of know, Jerry Jones is the NFL. We hate to say that, but he's the NFL. He makes it possible for teams to get stadiums, and he partly owns the stadiums because of his design team, his design company that he has. So you gotta know what's going on. If you know, they're gonna take care of Jerry. Jerry's gonna get taken care of. That's why Jerry was so mad at the league before when they suspended Ezekiel Elliott, because they felt like, hey, you can't do this to me. I'm Jerry Jones. Do you know who I am? That sort of thing. But they suspended him before he got into those trouble with that young lady. And I guess they feel like, even though we love you, Jerry, everybody gets treated fairly. But all is fair in love and war, and it's definitely a love and war situation with the NFL, with the owners, and that's why he there was word, I can't say specifically yes that it happened. He was behind the small group of people who were looking to possibly end the owner in the get rid of the commissioner and get someone else to be the commissioner, because he went behind Jerry and didn't do what Jerry told him to do. So like that sometimes. But he's still there. And because he's very popular. He's a popular commissioner. Unlike the commissioner of the NHL, anytime he shows up, everybody boo him. I can think of his name. It's Ebbets or something like to that effect. He show up, they're gonna boo him. He show up at the draft, they're gonna boo him. The commissioner of the NFL, he's very popular. He's a lawyer, so he knows how to talk to people. And they're trained to talk to people and to the media specifically. And he's able to get his point across and work behind the scenes to get everything done. They're showing my favorite person, commentator of all time, which is John Madden, talking about the John Madden Thanksgiving game on what is this, Fox? Are they going to give the award down, the John Madden Award? I think that's what they also named it on the other game as well. So we're gonna see. I don't know who it was for the. Who won the player of the game for the Lions game, but because Houston was so happy to go and cut off and put the rain up. We know it's raining out there. I want to see the end of the game. You biscuit heads. Whoever made that decision, hope he get fired. Let's see here. I understand there's a chat feature here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there's one person left a message. I just made you host. Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. He said that before he left. So I got to make the next person the host when they come back, when he comes back, as a matter of fact. And that will be within the next 6 minutes. Wow, this hour went fast. Wow, that was pretty quick. I didn't think it would go that fast. I know our hour goes fast when we do our show on Saturdays, but that was pretty fast. Getting on here and talk about football and talk about thankfulness and talk about love and happiness and our diaspora. And remember, there's a lot of people out here who don't like the holidays. So if you know somebody who may have lost someone recently, reach out to them and talk to them. Even if they do not disturb, call them 5 times in a row. If they say, hey, I'm here for you. A lot of people, even if they lost somebody a long time ago, holidays are not always good because holidays remind them of the good times they had with that loved one that may not be here. So show a little grace and mercy to them. If they may cuss you out if you call them out, call them on Thanksgiving or on Christmas. It don't matter. Call them on Thanksgiving and Christmas because sometimes people they don't like the holidays because of that reason. Welcome back, Mr. Williams. I see you jumping in there.
Hey, brother, you doing all right?
I'm doing okay. I'm just leaving a little note for everybody that remind them sometimes people may not necessarily like the holiday season because of they may miss some loved ones. We want to give some people some grace and mercy. You might call them even though they don't want to be talked to. Call them anyway to check on them, even if they cuss you out. Take that cussing out and call them back the next day and say, "Hey, I love you, but you're not gonna do that no more. I know how you feel, but I'm gonna check on you anyway because that's what friends do. Friends that are family, that's what they do."
That's right.
Cowboys got their second first down in a row. Ezekiel Elliott got the first one, running for 12 yards. This time the tight end just picked it up. I think it's number 87. I can't see his name, but right now we got a 3-0 lead for the Giants, who just got treated pretty badly by the referees who should have had a touchdown. They had a touchdown that was called back for a legal man downfield, and there was nobody downfield illegally. It was pretty blatant, but I call that the Jerry Jones call. Did you see that, sir? Yeah.
I'm not watching. I've been listening to you. I ain't watching it, so I'm getting the play-by-play.
All right. And we just
and you cracking me up too, saying it's Jerry Jones's league, and I say amen to that.
It's Jerry Jones's league. It is what it is. And Ezekiel Elliott had a nice enough run again, like 6 or 7 yards. And Ezekiel has a habit of showing up on Thanksgiving Day and also in the big games. I've been pretty critical of him as of late. He hasn't lived up to that contract. But at the end of the day, I always say it's not what they sign you for, it's what you can negotiate. It's not what you're worth, it's what you negotiate. You may be worth a whole lot less than what they give you, a whole lot more than what you're getting as well. If you can negotiate it, if you can get it, get it. That's what I say at the end of the day. And make sure you take home as much as you can before set up your taxes right, and make sure Uncle Sam get their portion, because you don't want to be broke when you finish playing because you're still paying Uncle Sam, and or you owe too many people because you took out loans on what you might do. They talk about that all the time in the NBA. How we got an interception. Ezekiel threw the ball to 25. He told the line, and the Giants are getting the ball back. And Ezekiel got that look on his face, like, what happened? Yeah, man. He tried to throw the out route, and he was undercut him. And one toe down. Oh yeah, that might come back. I don't know if he got both feet down, but we're gonna see. And once I got about another minute and a half before I turn it back over to the good Reverend Doctor, I want to thank you, sir, for taking on 2 hours yourself, or worth the first hour with the other good Reverend Doctor, Reverend Etner, who's over at Carter CME in Fort Worth. We were just there this past Sunday with my family, and we planned on being back. It was Friends and Family Day, and I the first time I've been in a brick and mortar church consistently in about 5 years. I was going to a church in my old neighborhood, and I enjoyed going there. It was one non-denominational church, so to speak. And the crowd was a little bit more different than my hue of skin. And it seemed like soon as Mr. Trump was elected, Trump eyes were a whole lot different when you come to church
Yeah.
on Sunday.
Yeah.
So I stopped attending there. And then we had COVID that came along.
Right.
I enjoyed the men's fellowship. I enjoyed the service, but it seemed a whole lot different
Yeah.
after Obama left office. As soon as Trump came in, it was them sort of like me, them looking at me like, "Who are you? What you doing here?"
Wow.
And I wasn't gonna put myself or my family back in there
Yeah.
into that situation. So I really didn't tell them that's why we didn't go. We just kind of stopped going. And I do still have good memories of that place. I just don't. If I don't feel comfortable, I don't want to put my family in that situation. All right, it is a commercial now, and moving forward. So this is a good time for me to make my break and give it back over from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Williams. I'm gonna go in here and figure out how to make you the host, so I can make sure you have control. Good seeing you again, sir. Right. You have a great Thanksgiving. I hope you had a good meal over there waiting on you. If you haven't already had it, and you get to see some good family and friends. And I'm gonna take you up on the fact that I know you said you want to pop in on us one Saturday. We're gonna see if we can get you on for a good segment. We're gonna get a little pre-interview for you and see what your strength is and see how we can bring you in for a segment or two.
Well, I have been coming into the show watching y'all. I don't say nothing. I'd be like, hey, it's like that, but I don't say nothing. But okay. Yeah, man, I appreciate what you got. Of course, y'all knowledge of sports is so far more vast than mine is. So it'd be embarrassment to have me on the show.
Okay. I know that you said you were looking, trying to get on there with us. But if you're interested, we can make that happen.
Okay, we can do that. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for your segment. This was a good segment, getting to hear you on this one, and we appreciate you being part of the Love and Stuff team, man. Have a good holiday. Blessings
and
on
I'm sorry,
you and your family.
You have your show on Thursdays,
Wednesdays.
Wednesdays. Like it was last night.
That's
you're
right.
on for half an hour, right?
6 to 6:30 Eastern Standard. Yes.
Okay, and so we want to make sure we highlight his show as well. His show is a part of the Love and Stuff diaspora.
That's right.
The Love and Stuff, the flagship show, which is Tuesday nights at 7.
That's
Yours is Wednesday. We have the Gratefulness on Fridays.
Yep.
My show and myself and Felix on Saturdays.
So
come and check us out, and we're here. We do it, and we do it all in love. So I'm gonna turn it back to you, Mr. Good Reverend Dr. Williams. Enjoy the rest of your day, sir. Everybody else out there, happy Thanksgiving. And my son, I know he wants to say hello.
What's up, young man? You doing all right?
Hello to him. He said, "You doing okay?"
I'm doing good.
Doing good.
All right. Blessings on y'all. Have a good day.
Thank you. You
all
too,
right.
sir. Let me figure this out here.
3 dots at the bottom right.